right. Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with a very special guest. We were supposed to be going live yesterday. We did go live yesterday for 10 minutes, and then I lost power due to a storm. So, sorry to disappoint you all, but I'm not going to disappoint you today. How are you doing today, Peter?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Hey, not too bad, not too bad. So before this stream, I thought it was only fitting. What I was listening to on YouTube was, have you played the game Shadow of the Colossus?
I have, yes.
Great game, by the way. Um,
Yeah, oh, definitely.
one of
Classic.
their well, they're all basically boss battles, but one of their boss themes, the a despair-filled farewell. I thought it was fitting. Anyway, so Peter here, you used to be opposed to Gamergate. You fought against the Gamergaters for years, but you've come around and changed your view. I want to start with where your story began with this. How did you find out about Gamergate, and what made you pick the anti-Gamergate side in the beginning?
The way I found out about Gamergate was I was on my Facebook page from my comedy YouTube channel, and somebody approached me and demanded that I denounce Zoe Quinn. And I'm not one to take too kindly to demands to denounce people generally. It doesn't really matter. It's not partisan. So I took that as this is a harassment campaign. This is I've been through this. I've seen many since. I'm often called to denounce people that I just refuse to denounce because there's no reason to denounce people. It's certainly fine to denounce what people are saying. I generally try to avoid not saying or denouncing somebody just because people are asking me to denounce them, though. But anyway, that was kind of my introduction to it. So the first thing I got was, and I asked questions of this person. They contacted me through the chat function on my YouTube page because I stupidly had that open. But I asked them questions to, what's the problem with this person? And they didn't have any good answers. They didn't really have anything other than this person is evil. They're they would say things like they were a slut. They would say things like, et cetera, et cetera. I don't respond. Sorry, my throat dried out there. I don't really respond well to sort of baseless stuff, and I would say that colored how I saw Gamergate just from the get-go, because that was my first experience with it. Was basically a badly prepared, informationless person demanding I denounce somebody. And I'd been through a couple of years earlier a big thing with Gawker saying that I had made up a girlfriend, that, it was me being catfished by somebody. And, I knew what it was like when a bunch of people were saying something without any real information about the thing. They weren't talking to me about it. They weren't looking at it from any investigative angle. They were just denounce. You need to attack this person, etc. I had experienced that. And so that obviously colored how I was interfacing with Gamergate. Now, as I got involved with anti-Gamergate, I think that general experience and understanding got used in a lot of ways to defend institutions who were otherwise being criticized by Gamergate. And I have a feeling that starts to tread us into more questions about like why I changed my mind, etc. So I'll try not to get too far into that if we're talking about my experiences with that. But, it was a very partisanized issue, and I didn't really come to it from a partisan angle. So I experienced a lot of things that were, I think there is a legitimate way to have taken it, like this is a fight between two sides, and then what are the grievances of this side? What are the grievances of this side? Well, that's not that's not how I experienced it. I experienced it as that side is evil. This is a harassment campaign, which again, my experience up till that point sort of made it look that way to me without having further information. And as I, went into it on the side of this is a harassment campaign, the information that I got only confirmed that belief, which that information, as I said, was very partisanized. It was went through media, for lack of a better term, media filters. A lot of them were just filters of hearsay and whatnot, but also the way that Gamergate was represented by, for instance, Kotaku, which Kotaku was the original target of Gamergate. Like the reason people had a problem, I feel like the Zoe Quinn incident kind of crystallized people's actual issue. It was a thing that happened that made people think, oh, this is an example of how this media outlet, along with many of this sort of hobbyist press that we call video games journalism, represent issues unfairly thanks to friendships or connections or just mutual interests even, that more or less caused a lot of people to attack Kotaku. Kotaku then therefore defends itself. Kotaku is a media outlet. Kotaku has the ability to have much further reach than any one person saying something on Twitter, for instance. And generally, like I at the time affiliated myself with leftist politics and left. I mean, there's probably a lot of people who would still define me as a leftist. That's something that I am sort of actively. My project is to kind of dissociate communism from the left in many ways, from the right as well, but that's neither here nor there. But I, at the time, was very along the lines of leftist politics, and the leftist view of Gamergate was that it was an evil harassment campaign. I realize now that there were many leftist people on the side of Gamergate as well, because those people looked at Gamergate through the lens not of being told about it based on Zoe Quinn, but being told about it based on Kotaku lying. That is a very different place to start from. And in my opinion, the actual thing that unfortunately Gamergate ended up not really being about, I think it did get very centered on individuals, Zoe Quinn, et cetera, but not just, the right attacking the left or the left attacking the right. There were figures on both ends that were sort of mined for hatred or content, depending on, exactly what perspective you're coming from. A lot of YouTubers used the other side's figureheads as examples of how XYZ equals ABC or whatever. And I don't know, it's easy to be partisanized along those lines depending on your entry point and ideology. And that's in my opinion where I came from on all of it.
So you say that you used to see things through this partisan lens, that you saw this as like, this is my side, that's their side, and this
Mm-hmm.
colored the way you sort of saw the world and the information you received in your social media feed too, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I would say I don't know that I would ever really be exactly a traditional like dyed in the wool leftist or anything. I've always been at odds with people within the left, even then. Like I always liked South Park, for instance. That was always a big problem for people. But at that point in my life, we were in it was 2013. So it was a few years after Obama was elected. I voted for Obama the first time, not the second time, but the first time I did because of the Sicko documentary, actually, and all of the corruption in the U.S. healthcare industry, and a clip of him leaking, or a leaked clip of him saying that he wanted a single payer system, and I was very for a single payer. I honestly would be at least for a single payer system at this point if it didn't involve, a lot of other things. But that made me vote for Obama, and of course, Obama did not fix healthcare. Obama made healthcare a lot worse, as far as I am concerned. Like, he did create certain. Again, this is neither here nor there, but there are certain elements that were improved, and then everything else got much worse. And then, I don't know. I would say that yes, there is very much a sort of bubble that I was part of, a partisan bubble. I wouldn't say that it was completely traditional for me, because I'm a bit of I'm a thorn in a lot of people's side. Usually when I get involved in something like in a fandom, I would always be like, well, this is kind of just consumerism in a way. Or in a political movement, it's like, well, we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. We shouldn't get too wrapped up in this thing. But also, that's not to say I'm not, vulnerable to all of the same things everyone else is vulnerable to. When somebody says what their intention is, it's more. I tend to. I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optimist. A lot of people like to label me as a pessimist or a contrarian, but I generally try to take people at their face value until they prove otherwise. And I didn't have a lot of experience with a lot of these people, and because, I thought, I'm a leftist, so the left. These people must be good. They ended up, in my opinion, proving that wasn't necessarily the case. But you live and you learn.
So you said that you didn't know that there were leftist people within GamerGate?
Not really. I would say, I didn't come at it thinking that was true. Ways in, there were a lot of people claiming that there were leftists involved with it. And the actual leftists said, no, those aren't real leftists. And, when you hear those aren't real, they're just saying they're leftists to try to, stoke an image that this is a bipartisan idea, or that it is a across the political spectrum type movement or whatever. They're just lying. Don't pay that much heed. And to be fair, I represent that fairly, negatively, and I do agree that or not agree, but I do think that they were kind of lying in that respect. But at the same time, I would say there was considerably less leftists, even upon looking back with a more fair lens. There were less of them than there were other people, but they were there.
Yeah, I think the through line with GamerGate is that everybody was authoritarian, pretty much. I mean, there might have been a couple authoritarian people, I guess, because you have 10,000 plus people, so some people are going to be, some people are going to be authoritarian, I guess, or they're hypocrites, right? They'll say that they're all for free speech, and then oh well, not in that case, Some
right.
people are
Yeah,
hypocrites.
we have a lot of that
but
on
I think the
every
main
side,
thing,
though.
I think the main thing was anti-authoritarian, and there were a lot of people who were libertarian right, libertarian left, progressive, liberal, conservative, even some far left and far right people, but those were very much on the fringes. I feel at least.
I do think that they were probably a lot less of them, but I do think that they were there, and they were kind of represented to me through all of the people that I knew in anti-Gamergate as liars, just lying about what they are. And when you don't talk to the other side, it's easy to think that. I don't think that it's hard to just believe the people that you're taking on good faith. Like I said, I had trying to take things at face value from people, and unfortunately, as I said, I came at it from a very specific angle. I came at it from a very specific political orientation, and unfortunately, I allowed that to inform my viewpoints rather than speaking to everybody fairly and trying to suss out the real interests involved, so to speak.
Now, this is kind of put me in a weird position because I'm kind of gonna have to play the role of the anti-gamergator here, just for the book's purposes, you know. So everyone in
Sure.
the audience is gonna fucking hate me, which is great. But okay, you say that Gamergate wasn't about Zoe Quinn. What do you think of the argument that there are still some people on the anti-Gamergate side who cling to this whole idea, this whole negative perception, and they say, people like Hannah Zamora, who I've interviewed, they say,
Right.
look, there were, you know, even if there were a lot of legitimate issues that Gamergate people raised, that should take a back seat because it's a less important conversation to have compared to the harassment that Zoe Quinn claims that she received.
Well, I will go ahead and say that, like, I don't think that she didn't receive harassment. I don't think that that's as an important of a conversation as any institutional talk. I just flat out don't. I'm sorry. I've been harassed a ton on the internet, and I am still standing. I'm still doing things. Um, like, there are people probably who will ultimately listen to or read this that have harassed me, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. I am perfectly welcome with talking to those people and working things out, or just at least coming to some kind of understanding. Like, I'm a person who wants to find what is alike more than what is different, and I don't think that the conversation of harassment is it's not as important as the institutional conversation, unless as a part of the institutional conversation, because the hyper focus, the hyper fixation on individuals like Zoe Quinn, did lead Gamergate away from its actual grievances, its actual causes of the problems that it that the legitimate problems that it had. In my opinion, Zoe Quinn and that type of stuff. When here's the thing, when they tried to do the literally who thing, that was the right instinct, in my opinion. The opposing side painted it as attempting to erase victims, but the correct instinct was to literally who them and forget about them and move on. Like, they were an instance of corporate journalism lying and covering its tracks. One instance, one of many, many repeated instances. Now, that doesn't mean that it's wrong to bring up unfair treatment from one of these individuals, like Nathan Grayson, for instance. It's not wrong to bring him up and say, like, well, what he did was corrupt and he should have received some kind of consequences for that from Kotaku. But again, that leads us back to Kotaku, who did not give him any consequences. In my opinion, like, when you bring those folks up, they are as instances of problems that are ongoing that I mean, you can still see them today. They may be less spectacular, so to speak. There's no sex in a lot of them. There's no what's the word? I'm trying to think of, like, there's nothing
Salacious
raunchy.
element?
Salacious, that's the word. Yes, exactly. There, a lot of it doesn't have that sort of seedy, salacious element, but they're still doing these same types of things. It may not be as interesting to talk about immediately speaking, but it's not like she was the only instance of a journalist working for Kotaku or any other gaming outlet that has done things based on, you know, friendships or connections or whatever. That's
Right,
just
and
that's a thing that's gone on as long as journalism, in fact.
and to point out, like, too, that at the time, before, like, the Gamergate hashtag was even used, during this, you know, 2 week sort of pre-Gamergate, or whatever you want to call it, period, there were a bunch of other ethical violations that were uncovered at the same time, like, including another one
Mhm.
involving Nathan Grayson, though that one's not 100% proven. Like, I wouldn't convict him in a court of law, probably,
Mhm.
based on what I've seen, but it looks really bad with him and Robin Arnott. And then there's also the Gone Home review at Polygon, where they didn't disclose that the person who reviewed the game was actually friends with the composer
Mhm.
of the game soundtrack. That was non-disclosed. And another Kotaku writer, actually, Patricia Hernandez, she actually wrote a whole bunch of articles promoting her friend's game, and who was her roommate too, actually, and this was completely undisclosed.
Well, exactly. And those things are. I remember actually hearing about the Gone Home composer. You'll have to excuse me. I'm eating. I'm
Yeah,
having my
Danielle
dinner.
Rindell is the one who wrote the review.
Ah, yeah. I remember that, and I remember thinking, well, that does seem like something you should disclose because I'm aware of the disclosure laws in terms of promoted content, and I do feel like if you're actually strictly applying a lot of those laws, a lot of those types of relationships are. I mean, the U.S. government doesn't strictly enforce those laws. It's specifically because there's just such a endless stream of violations of it. Like every YouTube video that doesn't say "I got this product for free" is technically breaking that law, and it's not even really possible to know if they're lying about it. Sorry, I had to grab some water there. Yeah, like those are legitimate grievances. Those are serious problems, and like you can't trust journalism that does that. You can't trust that, you know?
So you go to war with the GamerGaters. What exactly do you do during this period? How is it that you and other people in this community? And first off, like, is there an anti-GamerGate community, or was there an anti-GamerGate community? I know that they have like their own forums and stuff like GamerGazi, but one thing you'll hear some people on the anti-GamerGate side, not everybody. Some people say, oh no, it's not a community, it's not a community, and other people say, yeah, it's a community. And some people say that for the GamerGate side too. They say, oh no, it's not a community, and then they say it is a community. Were these communities, first off? Just so we can
Oh yeah,
establish this.
absolutely. They're fandoms, in my opinion. They're not real communities. They're a sort of commodified community. They're these things that essentially they take the partisanship and they turn it into engagement. And it's more or less how we're encouraged to interface with most things in the country now, in my opinion. The fandom and the anti-fandom. I don't necessarily think that it's good. I don't think that it's good that it is that, but I think that it is that. I think that, it's a nuanced and complex issue to talk about that we could talk about for a very long time. But I think that it's absurd to call it not a community. And the people saying it's not a community, it sounds like Breadtube to me. Breadtube doesn't exist. It's the fandom. The fandom, like, they named us. They named us Shut up. It's Breadtube. Everyone knows it as Breadtube. Everyone knows it as anti-Gamergate. Everyone knows it as Gamergate. These are things. Like, you may not agree with what everybody thinks of that thing, but I don't like the idea of people saying, "Oh, it's not a community. It's not some official thing." It doesn't have to be an official thing. All it has to be is a bunch of association between various individuals that exerts its will in some way to promote or to denigrate. Either way, really, usually both. Like, that's how fandom typically works. But yeah, I don't buy that at all. I don't buy the idea that it's not a community at all.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Now, what exactly sort of things did one you personally do, and two, did you see other people do that you didn't participate in order to oppose the GamerGaters?
A lot of archiving of posts. A whole lot of archiving of posts. But also sort of making sure that people are aware of what these people are saying, giving it context to make it seem like a problem. And, it's not a context that you necessarily made up or didn't believe yourself, but providing that context, sort of building a narrative, I would say. There was videos. I made some videos, some comedy skits making fun of Gamergate. I was involved in a song by Jonathan Mann that everybody loves to bring up, the Beta is Hell song. That made Gamergate pretty mad. I remember that. It was a joke, to be fair, but I do understand why it's looked at as cringe. I don't know. It's a lot of social media posting, a lot of very online crap that I don't really engage in to that extent today. I certainly do some very online things as a person, but I would say that as a human being, I don't exist very online anymore.
Now you say that you said this in your post on Twitter as well, which I actually reached out to you without having seen that you changed your mind on this, so I still thought you were anti-Gamergate at first.
I know a
Um,
lot of people still think that I'm just just a yelling Tumblr SJW or something, even though I never really was that, even.
well, so actually, let's talk about that real fast before we jump into the institutions part, because so people on the pro Gamergate side, you view yourself, even when you were anti-GG, you viewed yourself as more of an independent thinker. Um, but people
I
on the
would
pro
say
gamer, good.
a little more independent than your average leftist, but not. I would also call myself a pretty I had voted. Like I said, I didn't vote for Obama in 2012. I will say that, but that was, I think, the kind of person I was at that point. I wasn't. I wouldn't call myself as informed as I am now. And Gamergate and some of these revelations that I had about the various people that I was associated with as an anti-Gamergater actually informed a lot of my critique going forward.
So, did the Gamergate people perceive you as being unreasonable, as this blue-haired Tumblr SJW, as you say?
I'm sure they have, because that's a view of me that has persisted. So I'm sure. I think that the Gamergate folks were a lot more effective at branding, so to speak, and they definitely branded me that. Um, I certainly have I've dealt with people who have that preconceived notion of me more than enough since then, and I must believe that's where it came from, because um, I mean, I don't have it up anywhere, but I have like comedy skits that I would easily be canceled for nowadays. Um, from back when I was even in that era, like stuff that people would really, really not like. That wasn't necessarily just anti-Gamergate or leftist, but I don't know. I definitely had a perception that was foisted on me that sometimes also out of spite I would indulge. I will say that. Um, I think that was probably a mistake personally. I've indulged a lot of bad images of myself on spite, not just that one, and not just with them, but that's the one that really stuck. There are people today that think I am. They see my you know that picture you used of me in the thumbnail for this.
Yeah.
They think my hair is blue there. My hair is gray. My hair is gray as hell. It started turning gray when I was 16, and people think that I'm dyeing my hair blue, and it's just not true. I did do it one time as part of an American flag thing, but I think that's not quite the blue hair that people want to claim it is. If it's part of the American flag, you know.
You're a super Trump patriot.
I wouldn't call myself that, but
Oh my God! Did you see the guy lit
but
himself on fire? What do you think of that? I got so many
I
spicy
read his
memes, but I'm not sure I should
manifesto.
say them. Oh my! I don't care. I didn't mean to see the video, but
I got a lot of spicy stuff
I think
too,
it was
but I'm also sitting on it because I need to know more about it because it happened
I'm gonna go. I'm
not
gonna go
long ago
full
at all, like
edgelord.
a few
Okay.
hours ago.
Did what I saw? I didn't see the video yet, but I saw a picture. I saw a fiery but
Uh-huh.
mostly peaceful protest.
That's horrible, but I can't help but laugh. Like it's funny,
Oh, I got
you
another
know.
one too, but it's so edgelordy I can't even say it on air. I don't think I might get in trouble. YouTube might care about this other one I got in my head, but I told some real life friends.
I have to sit on some of my thoughts too because I just feel like I need to know more about it. I did read his post, which I actually agree with a lot of what he says, except I don't agree with like a lot of the main thrust of what he thinks should happen. I do. He actually points out very much to my agreement that both the left and right are nonsense and sort of just distractions used to keep people fighting with each other. But then he killed himself, so
You know what? I don't.
I
If
don't.
it's comedy, if it's clearly comedy, I'm not gonna get in trouble if I say the other thing, right?
I mean,
Uh,
you could say the whole in Minecraft thing. I guess I don't
no, okay.
know.
It's okay. This is obviously I'm edgelording here. It's a joke. One less Trump voter in November. Pour one out for this firebrand patriot. But obviously, I disavow people lighting themselves on fire. I don't think that's a good way to make your views heard, whether it's for Trump or
I don't either.
Palestine or whatever. Plus, like the
I don't
guy, the
really.
guy, the yeah, yeah. Just
Mm, no, go ahead.
I know. Never mind. I was gonna say nobody even remembers the Palestine guy's name, but then I actually remembered his name as I was saying that. I was about to say it, and I'm like, oh well, I guess that's not true. But don't do that. Don't. But I tell you what, in 6 months I won't know that guy's name. I only know it because it
I
just happened like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or
I
whatever.
remember his name, but I remember his name because I covered that saying that this was not an effective form of protest.
Well,
That's
what
the
is
reason I remember his name.
what's happening in our society? Why are people? They got this far left person lighting themselves on fire for Palestine. You got this
Hmm.
far right. I don't know if he's far right or not. You got this
He
Trump
actually
guy.
wasn't. He's pretty. I think both sides of it. He
I,
wanted a
I don't even know. I
revolution.
don't even know. Actually, I think the Palestine guy far left or no?
Yeah, he was far left.
Okay, so you got a far left guy, and then you got a Trump guy, both burning themselves and killing themselves in horrible ways publicly. This didn't. I don't remember this being a very common phenomenon in America prior to this year, I guess. What happened?
I think we're living in a. To quote the man who just burnt himself to death today, we're living in a totalitarian death cult. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of pessimism, a lot of black pill going on. There's a lot of people who think that there isn't really a way forward. This is also the crux of why I'm doing the work that I'm doing on trying to sort of lead people away from the left-right dichotomy. The left and right just end up leading you basically to these points. Like, you want to talk about horseshoe theory. If we're talking about a far left guy and a guy who's protesting the Trump thing, like, we're kind of horseshoeing here a little bit, in my opinion. We're kind of doing the same thing. We're getting more and more extreme, and then we're getting more and more similar. You know, it's I don't know. We're looking at a situation where I think the left and right have both shown that they don't really lead anywhere. They kind of lead to they're both roads to nowhere, and then everybody shows up at nowhere, and they're all mad, and they, I guess, kill themselves. I don't know. I think that it's a sad state of affairs, and I think that they're getting to this point because it's a sad state of affairs, and they're not actually, and people are not being given, and there's nowhere to take it. There's no power. People don't have any power. We're just kind of being, managed by the elites, and they don't act like they say they don't hate us, but they act like they hate us. So it's I don't know. I think that everybody's getting negative for that reason. Like, they've just been shown various, like, over the last 10 years, Trump, Bernie Sanders, Obama, Hillary Clinton, we've been shown a ton of different quote unquote directions that we could go in. And we've seen the result of all of them pretty much. Like, we saw Obama 2 terms, Trump 1 term, Biden an extension of Obama, probably how Hillary would have governed. We've seen that. We've seen Bernie Sanders pretend to be anti-establishment and then throw all of his weight behind Biden.
Well, I
All
think
of it.
Bernie did the right thing, to be clear. But I do want to address something from chat because
Sure.
chat's saying we got something wrong earlier. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But I feel like we've been shown that all of these things lead to the same place. And I think that that's making people very negative because they don't see any other paths. There are other paths, I think. I don't know that we necessarily know exactly what they are or agree on them yet. But yeah, I feel like it just, to a lot of people, it feels like there's nowhere to go from here.
Okay, so someone in chat says that at the time of his death he denounced both Trump and and Biden, I guess, or both sides. You read
Okay,
his manifesto. Was he
I
no
did. Yes,
longer a Trump voter at that time? Well, I, mean, I
I
guess he's
don't.
not because he's not going to vote in November, right? But, but
No, he's definitely not going to vote for Trump. Well, that's true. Um, I don't know. He denounced both sides, but I don't know. I don't know. He went in hard on cryptocurrency, calling it a Ponzi scheme. And I don't see that as the main problem at all. And he seemed to think that it is the main problem. Um, I don't really know how to take that exactly. Is that left? Is that right? I don't know. But yeah, I think he kind of, like I said, I feel like he saw every path and doesn't really feel like there's a tomorrow. I think that's why this stuff happens. I do think that, yes, that's kind of what people are seeing when they're denouncing Trump. Even, from the perspective of denouncing Biden, they feel like there's not really a path forward. And that's why I think this kind of stuff is happening more. I think he's not completely wrong when he says we live in a totalitarian death cult. It's just I don't think that he's right about, well, exactly the wording for one, and also I hesitate. I think how are we in a totalitarian death cult? It's not like we live in a completely totalitarian society. There are a lot of freedoms afforded to us, but I think they're afforded to us along with certain coercions that make them not really freedoms, but you can't easily argue against the idea that it's not a freedom as well. It's kind of a clusterfuck. Sorry, am I supposed to curse or no?
I don't care. Just don't use the N word because YouTube will take it down.
Ah, dang, because that's where this was going.
Darn.
It was gonna land on the N word, and I wasn't gonna say it once.
You can say N word, but you can't say the word itself because
I'm joking, obviously. Sorry, that was probably inappropriate for me to say. I was gonna say the N word a bunch of times. What was I saying? I was saying I think that we live in a time where we feel as though there's no options. I think that there's a lot of people that are taking the black pill.
so you talked about we talked about this. We started talking about this yesterday before the storm, and I lost power. But institutions. So the anti-GamerGate people, including yourself, you got tricked into defending institutions. What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, we get Kotaku's an institution, and in a lot of ways, we were tricked into making the situation not about Kotaku. It was never about Kotaku for any of us. It was about defending, Zoe Quinn or Brianna Wu or whoever. There were various other names who were under attack, under siege. And yes, they were under attack. I'm not going to say that they weren't, but in my opinion, that was a distraction. And by us making it not about Kotaku, by us not talking about Kotaku, and in a lot of cases defending Kotaku as though because they are associated with these names that they are good, because they have thrown their lot behind those names that they are good, we basically took all the heat off of them. That's where the heat belongs. It belongs on institutions. Because again, I don't mind mentioning an individual. I don't mind saying that an individual is doing something that is wrong. But again, the consequences for doing that wrong thing should lie on Kotaku's feet. If a journalist did something that is based on their prior relationship, be it sexual, romantic, or some kind of business arrangement, or it literally doesn't matter. Some kind of prior relationship influences them to take an action. That should be disclosed, and if it's not disclosed, there should be consequences, and that institution is ultimately responsible for that. And that kind of just faded away. That really wasn't the main topic of discussion, and I think that was both, in some cases, GamerGators' faults. There were certain people who definitely had very, very clear individual vendettas against other individuals. But also that was our fault. That was people like myself who were, this is the right side and you are wrong, and therefore I have to argue against everything that you are saying. It's unfortunate because, again, these are problems that preceded the particular instances that were discussed writ large during Gamergate, and they have not stopped. There are still, and it's not just Kotaku, and it's not just video game journalism.
So I started to talk about this yesterday before I was literally cut off mid-sentence, but we talked about being kind or being no, what was it? Be ruthless with institutions, kind to people. And this is something I've had to sort of navigate working this project over the past 6 months or so, because a lot of people involved with Gamergate have done some bad stuff, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
like some of those people, they're apologetic and they're like, look, you know what? I was a dumb kid. I shouldn't have done that. Like AVS, the third party troll. Um,
Sure.
and they've moved on. They're not that person anymore.
Yeah.
And then there's other people who will continue to do bad things, like, and I'll say some fucking names, like Zoe Quinn or Ethan Ralph, right? Two people who have
Mm-hmm.
no qualms continuing to harm others, it seems. And what
No
do we
bad
do?
tactics, only bad targets.
Right, Movie Bob said that, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
Movie Bob, also one of those people.
I haven't seen his more recent stuff. I don't know if he's moderated, but
Oh, he's gotten much more extreme through the years.
how do you
He's
get more
gotten pretty
extreme
crazy.
than 10 years ago advocating for engaging? Like, didn't he say almost in that quote technically?
I want to say yeah, but like
Or he put in
he
parentheses
really,
almost, maybe. I, I don't want to
yeah,
like,
something like that. He said some pretty crazy shit. That guy.
yeah, not that it makes it any better, really, but make sure that his side's presented in the story.
Sure.
Anyway, some of these people, I don't know what to do. Like, I interviewed Cole Nasrallah, one of Zoe Quinn's victims, one of many, and
Hmm.
I just stuck to the facts. I wasn't going after any individual necessarily. I was just trying to
Sure.
stick to the facts. But the
Hmm.
facts make some people look bad. So how do we
Sure.
think about that?
Well, why is it possible for them to do X, Y, and Z? Why is it so easy for certain people to get into a situation in which they have power over another person that they can exert in some way? In a lot of cases, today, I think sympathy is one of the things that are. It's one of the what is the primary levers that is sort of utilized in order to get to certain people, and a lot of it is ideological. But you can also, Zoe Quinn is also a big name, like is perceived as somebody who is actually, you know, has a history in video games, whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, depending on who you are. Um, so perception, it's, I mean, you don't really fix that stuff unless you fix the dynamic. And to me, the dynamic is not something that Zoe Quinn created. It's something that um, it's been propagated. Like I said earlier, fandom is kind of the like primary mode that everything interacts with now. You have political fandoms. You have veganism is a fandom. Like people hate when I say that, but that's all it is. Feminism is a fandom. Marxism has a fandom. I am a Marxist personally, but I am also at odds with a lot of people who call themselves Marxists because they don't subscribe to what Marx says. They didn't read Marx. They don't really care anything about that. They care about the aesthetic of being revolutionary, which is not actually very helpful to anyone. Um, and you ultimately have those types of dynamics. And within those fandoms, you have people who sort of compete to be the primary figures. And those figures are sort of leveraged by, I don't want to say, it's hard to name exactly specifics, but I would say media outlets leverage those figures to kind of launder their views. Because if Kotaku makes an article about Zoe Quinn saying, Zoe Quinn thinks blankety blank blank, they're technically promoting that view, and they're using the fact that she thinks that to say that.
Well, you say promoting that view. I actually have look, I interviewed tons of people. Some of them I disagree with. And if I put in the headline um, a quote of theirs, or like paraphrase something that they said in the video, is that me promoting that view?
It, rationally, no. But in the attention economy, yes.
Even if I later
Unfortunately.
go on to push back on that view in the video itself.
Well,
And we discuss it as an
possibly.
open
It
discussion.
really depends. Are people going to see the title of the video and watch it, or are people going to see the title of the video and walk away? That's a question that, you can't answer the same answer for every person. So for some people, yes, you are promoting it, and for some people, no, you aren't. Now, the thing is, rationally speaking, I don't believe that's how it should be. I don't agree with that. But if we're talking about the attention economy, bringing attention to something is marketing it in a certain way. Now, if you have more control over the narrative itself, if you have some power behind you, an institution or just a large following, you can change that. Like if you have, for instance, a huge following that can maintain like the fact that you are actually saying something negative about that thing, that's a different thing. I mean, the problem is there's a lot of nuance to that subject, and I don't think that there's any one single answer, unfortunately. I do think the way that they have it set up, and this is, again, not a setup that I agree with, it's a setup that I think exists, though, is that the mere mention of things is regarded as promoting it because it brings attention to it. The attention is the thing that matters in the sort of neoliberal market fetishized world that we live in at the moment. The attention is the thing that matters, not necessarily the thing that's actually said, because so many things that you see are not the actual thing that was said. What matters is the thing that gets sort of used or grafted on the public consciousness. It's a very difficult topic to answer simply. I don't think that it's a good thing that that's how it works. And I don't think that it's the default either. I don't think that if we were operating in a different mode, like let's say going back to the 1930s, for instance, I don't think that simply mentioning something is promotion of a thing in the 1930s, because we do operate on an attention economy now. That being said, promoting to whom? Are you promoting that thing to... Is your video going to bring a substantial amount of attention to that thing? Is your video institutionally backed? Do you have a large fan base who is going to actually watch that video and disseminate the points from that video? It's just that it's kind of, again, a clusterfuck. But it's unfortunately, I do think, like, it's why liberals get mad at you for saying, oh my God, you read this book or you watched that show, because in their minds, promotion is...
Well, that's not like a liberal thing. That's like a progressive thing.
I wouldn't say it's a progressive thing. I think it's the kind of consumer thing as opposed to anything else. I think that it's most obviously adopted on the left because it's so incongruent with what the left says that it is. The left represents itself as very intellectual, very critical, very questioning of things. And yet, when they say something like, well, I see you reading X, Y, and Z. Like, I have a copy of The Secret on my bookshelf, for instance. And I would probably get somebody going, The Secret? You read The Secret? Yeah, of course I read it because I'm critical of it and I want to know what it's saying. Now, somebody would definitely say that I'm bringing attention to The Secret and therefore promoting it. And I think to some extent, I probably am if I'm not contextualizing it in a manner that context will be carried along with the image of The Secret. But also, you don't necessarily have control over this. Should you adjust your life simply because of how other people perceive it? I think no. But to some extent, the way that the neoliberal mode works, which is everything is a market. You're always a consumer. You're always making consumer choices. Visibility is marketing. I think in that criteria, yes, it is promotion. It's just I would like people to start disregarding it, I guess.
So, what do you think about? You think a lot of the institutions have problems. I think a lot of the institutions have problems too. I think that the best way forward is for people to engage with the institutions. And I think that if you're a conservative, I think that you should be engaging with the institutions too. I think that part of the reason you have these these issues in like media, for instance, part of that is because there's a lack of diversity, and part of that's because people are being gate kept out, and part of it too is
Mhm.
because a lot of conservative people, they don't want to go to college, they don't want to go to work in, they don't want to work for newspapers, they don't want to work in media rooms, and so you have these big skews, and there's always going to be like some natural skew probably towards the left in some of these things, but it probably shouldn't be as big as it is today. I think we need greater diversity in academia, greater diversity in media. I think if we have this, I think we're going to. We're not going to solve every problem. There's no utopia around the corner, but I think that we can build a better society and help self-correct for some of the problems that these institutions have. What do you think of
Well,
that?
I don't think you're wrong, but I think that the barriers that are in the way are something that are they're just very difficult to overcome. Because when somebody owns something, they have control over that thing. So let's say, like the New York Times, for instance, it has a specific bias. It is rated as it's a left wing paper, for lack of I know a lot of people won't like that I am happy to call liberals the left and leftists liberals, but I am, because I think ultimately like the word liberal doesn't really matter here. We're talking about the progressive side of what is ultimately the prevailing ideology of today's society. And progressive again is a subjective word. But the people that own the New York Times dictate what is on the New York Times. The people that own Fox News dictate what is on Fox News. Same with NBC. Same with Washington Post. Same with, I mean, name any outlet that is accused of any bias, left or right. It's because the people that own it want it to have that bias ultimately. And that, in my opinion, I don't know if it's this. I don't have as much experience in academia. I don't do academic work personally. I do research projects and I publish books, but I've never made the attempt to actually participate in academia myself. But to me, the real problem is with these institutions, they express the agenda of the owners. So what you end up with the problem of is you should start your own institutions. And I think that both the left and the right have attempted that and have found that it's very hard to have the kind of power and therefore reach that one of these mainstream outlets has. And I think that while,
Wait,
yes,
hang on, hold up. You run a 300,000 subscriber YouTube channel, okay? Like,
I got 1,020 views on my last video.
well, that's because you've chosen to like distance yourself from your old views, right?
Well, to some extent, I think it's also because people, they don't know how to take me. I don't think they know who to recommend me to be fair. But I don't have, could I pander to somebody and do better? Yes, absolutely, but I don't. So I mean, if anything, that's an argument for what I'm talking about. If I were to conform to a specific marketing demographic's views and reinforce them and come up with ways that it would work out well for them and work out well for the people that own the platform, meaning YouTube, meaning I would be much more ad friendly. I would be actively seeking promotions and sponsorships and partnerships that promote products and make the YouTube brand seem like a better ecosystem for content and cross promotion. I could do that stuff, but I don't. And I think that it is to my detriment in terms of my success. But if anything, like it shows that even without a sort of, um, again, I have a lot. I have 240,000 subscribers or thereabouts somewhere, and because I'm not following market incentives, my content doesn't spread. If I were following market incentives, this is kind of the de facto way this works. You could, in theory, run a YouTube channel that got very big with certain views. But if you'll notice, all of the biggest YouTube channels are very apolitical. They are not political channels. They don't promote conservatism. Um they don't I don't know, maybe they do promote left, but only from a kind of not to be garnering hostility from the left um perspective. I think that they're mainly doing that to avoid problems, as opposed to actually actively seeding any ideologies. But they do at least acknowledge things from the left more, I think. But ultimately, that is the agenda of YouTube, and there is a market incentive for channels to follow that paradigm and attempt to make content that conforms to that type of a thing, that ad-friendly, family-friendly, vaguely progressive, but not really political, sort of kind of cutesy, but not really cutesy, ooh-woo, but not ooh-woo, just kind of middle of the road, but a little left. I think that it's obvious that that's what works on YouTube. That and Minecraft.
So, talking about staying within the institutions, I haven't talked about this because I just found out about it. Well, I had some vague inkling that there was going to be some sort of conference coming about GamerGate, but I didn't know the details or the name of it and stuff. But this university, oh my God, what? How, I just literally
Link
had
me
to.
that again, because I had
Yeah,
it
I'm gonna link it
yesterday.
again, and I'll even pull it up on screen for people.
Okay,
It
great.
was Lawrence Technical, but I want to just 2 seconds. I want to make sure I say the name right. And I'll screen share it too, so everyone in the audience can see what we're talking about here.
I'm just now looking at the chat, and I'll say I appreciate people saying that I sound rational and smart. Thank you,
Did
chat.
I got it? So while we got this dead air for a second, let me ask you, what's the reception to you? Not switching sides because you're neutral now, but what's been the reception to this from both the anti-gamergaters and the pro-gamergaters?
Um, I have seen almost no mention. So okay, so the left attempts to not mention me at all because, as you know, what I just talked about, mentioning things means promoting them. But they try not to mention me. But the right generally tends to engage with me as though I am a Tumblr SJW and argue with me. And it's very hard for me to engage with it because I don't really know how to say I don't believe any of that and have them believe that that's what I am. Because if I say something like, hey, I don't believe that stuff. Usually people, they're like, yeah, fine. All right. You don't believe that stuff. I'll believe it when I see it. And then they never see it because they don't really follow me. And they don't have to follow me. It's not their responsibility to pay attention to me. But I generally get hostility from the right, and people work very hard to ignore me on the left.
So I posted it in general on the Discord and I
I'm
tagged your
looking at
name.
it. The
So
LTU
this is the
conference.
first tweet. The first tweet here. It says it's from Lyle at Lied15 on Twitter,
All
and
right.
he shared, "It's been 10 years. Now we got a national conference at Lawrence Technological University, maybe even a symposium about how do we solve a problem like Gamergate. LOLs," he says. And then he shares more information about the conference. All of it's public info, of course. Um, so I've actually reached out to these people, and they replied to me. And I'm not going to share what they said because it was private correspondence. Um,
Sure.
but but I myself and some of the other GamerGate people are trying to basically convince them to take a more honest approach, I guess, because
Mm-hmm.
their initial perception was much like yours. In fact, I even linked them your stream, but it was the stream that got canceled because of the storm.
Ah, right, right.
But
Yeah.
so
Well, I wouldn't have mentioned. I will say today, I remembered that conversation I had on Facebook after, like, long after we had spoken yesterday, and I wouldn't have thought about it. I don't think. So
the
I'm
conversation
happy
on
that
Facebook.
we had to do this again. That conversation where somebody approached me on Facebook that gave
Oh,
me the whole context. I remembered that, I think, sometime this morning. So I'm glad for, like, as much as I didn't like the fact that we had to not do it yesterday, I am in some ways glad that we did it today.
so anyway, they originally take this very die-hard anti-Gamergate approach, and look, it could just because they didn't know. It seems like some people they just don't know that much about Gamergate. They read one article or
Sure.
two articles, and they're like, "Oh, okay, Gamergate, the people who hate women," and they don't really
Yeah.
know any of the details.
The defining characteristic of the Gamergater: hates women.
That's
That's
what they
it.
thought. So here's what they said in their about page. Okay, I'll read this out. Actually, yeah, I'll link the about page. I'll pull it up on screen so everybody can read it.
Right.
Or actually, I think I linked the wrong thing on accident. Anyway, um, I'll just read it out loud. In August of
Sure.
2014, the hashtag Gamergate emerged online, used as a weapon deployed against women in the video game industry. Through online harassment tactics, including threats of violence, Gamergate constituted an instance of digital mass mobilization, deliberately attacking what was perceived to be a turn away from gaming culture's historical association with young male players. As commentators have since noted, Gamergate would become a precursor to subsequent social media mobilization, including disinformation campaigns, conspiracy theories, and online grievance culture. This conference seeks to revisit the social media, the social and cultural implications of Gamergate on its 10-year anniversary, to be held over 4 days in September 2024. This gathering of academics, designers, and community participants is designed to extend current conversations of game development and game studios beyond the existing heteronormative hegemonic discourses through offering an integrated multi-perspective digital humanities retrospective focused on the social and technological sources and afterlives of Gamergate. This event is going to be held during Detroit Month of Design. So
Well,
this
was
is
it in
what
Michigan?
it's in Michigan, yeah. Lawrence
Oh,
Technical
dang.
University. And they call the conference Alt F4. That's from their website. So what do you think of what they outlined here as their original mission statement?
Well, firstly, I have to apologize to everybody on behalf of Michigan. That's where I'm from.
Maybe you should go. You
Um,
should go. You should do it 100%.
I'm not. I don't live there. I don't live there right now, but I am from there. That being said, we did give you all Eminem and the White Stripes, so there's that. Um, anyway, I don't like that. I don't like all of the human resources talk. I don't like. To me, I do see, like, diversity as a good thing. But when I say diversity, I mean both what, liberals might talk about diversity, like racial diversity, identity diversity, but also diversity of thought. I think that's important. I think that those things are important, but I don't think that these. I think when they start using this type of language, they're not really talking about diversity. They're talking about human resources. They're talking about demographics. They're talking about managing interactions, and I don't like that. I that's something that I don't buy it. When I see this stuff, I wrote a book called Woke Ouroboros: Segregation and Essentialism, and there's a large portion of it dedicated to. I did a very deep dive on, like, DEI stuff, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I consider that stuff oriented towards avoiding liabilities for corporations because here's the thing about conflict that you have at work, or I guess in communal spaces, I guess is the best place. I don't have a good way of putting it. I think conflict builds trust. Conflict builds relationships. It builds closeness. You don't resolve conflict without engaging in conflict. And most human resources is oriented at avoiding conflict so that the company is not liable for that conflict in some way. And I think that it's ultimately ideology of segregation as opposed to ideology of quote unquote diversity. When I say diversity, I do actually mean inclusion. But when they say inclusion, they don't. They are talking about, in my opinion, segregation. I don't see that. And when I start hearing that language in something talking about how we solve the problem of Gamergate, which is, it's been a decade, it's 2024. I feel when somebody says, how do we solve the problem of Gamergate now? I'm like, what are you talking about? What world are you from? Are you insane? and no, and the other thing is, in a lot of ways, Gamergate can be perceived as an instance of cancel culture. I think that it was ultimately because the grievances towards the actual institutions did get forsaken to focus on individuals. I do think that that's ultimately what cancel culture exists for, because we all have various grievances with various ways that things work in society, and rather than addressing those, we end up addressing individuals. But it certainly wasn't the first instance of cancel culture. It certainly wasn't the biggest instance of cancel culture.
Well,
It's
I think
like
the
Me
GamerGaters
Too
got canceled.
is a far bigger.
Sorry.
Well, the GamerGaters got canceled
they
kind
got
of as a
pushed,
whole.
They got pushed out of the Overton window, essentially.
Yes, I would say that's a decent way of saying it. But what I'm saying is, like, Me Too also, in my opinion, Me Too is a bigger instance of cancel culture. And what happened on Tumblr prior to Gamergate is a bigger instance of cancel culture. Like, I don't really consider Gamergate, although many do, I don't consider it to be special. I don't consider it to be a massive deviation from how things have been going the last maybe 25 years. I think that it's a logical progression. And I think that a lot of what has happened since is much worse in the bad aspects of it. And in some ways, I think that a lot of the people who understood the institutional grievances, and I'm glossing over when I say institutional grievances because it kind of covers a lot. But people are starting to understand that they do actually have to direct that at the source as opposed to at an individual. I don't know that that's the mainstream view yet, but I certainly have seen people who have been through more than one of these things. And I think that having been through Gamergate and having critically assessed it afterwards is actually a very positive thing for me personally.
Yeah,
I think
here,
that I think that without that, I don't think I would have gotten to the level of criticism of media that I believe that I am at. I don't believe that I would have had the wherewithal to kind of question things, because once I started seeing inconsistencies on quote unquote my side, Sarah Nyberg comes to mind. That type of stuff.
That's an individual you don't have a problem calling out, I guess, huh?
No, but that whole thing really bothered me, and
well,
I
it
was
should.
like,
Fuck. God damn. Sorry. Please go.
well, anyway,
Oh.
I mean, I don't really think I need to get into it in any major
Well,
way. But
actually, I haven't talked about it in the book yet too much, other than like vague references. Do you want to be the one to?
Not really. I just kind of wanted to mention it as something that bothered me. Yeah, I feel like I'm not really super into getting into gross shit like that. But to me, that type of stuff, when I saw quote unquote my side defending that without questioning it at all, um, I think to some extent I probably went along with it for a while. I don't know that I want to say that I never went along with it, but I was disturbed by it, and slowly it put me at odds with people. And that, I think, really damaged my perception. Not just that specifically, but other things like, I don't remember what her name was, but the person claiming that the hearts on Twitter were like sexual harassment. Like, I
I
can't.
vaguely remember this. I don't remember their name.
I don't remember their name either, but she was claiming that when they changed it from the star to the heart, that it was encouraging sexual harassment of women. Which it's like, shut the fuck up. Well, like when that was said to me, I was like, no, absolutely not. I argued with them privately, and they got absolutely insane with me. And that type of stuff just really, it made me go like, what is going on here? Why can't these people critically assess their own side? Why is that so difficult for them? And that's led me very much to the sort of critique of fandom that I have today. The sort of, everybody is working very hard to cultivate their own personal marketing demographic, to endlessly promote them and their agenda, and also to do everything that they say and not question them. It's when everybody says everything's like a cult now. I think that you're not wrong. It's just that fandoms are essentially very much like cults.
So, Peter, before we move on, I do want to finish this Lawrence Technical University thing, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at
I know
all.
there's so many other branching points I want to go to, but and I'm sure you do as well. But
I tend to sprawl too.
no,
That's a
that's
problem I
fine.
have.
It's fine. I like it actually. It's good content. So the Lawrence Technical University thing, I've actually done. I'm not going to name the names necessarily, but except for
Sure.
one, the huge one, of course, Anita Sarkeesian. She and two other people are featured speakers here, but they say that they've also invited 9 other people. Oh, sorry, 10 other people. Um, and sorry, people altogether. All right, so it's like 10 people at this conference supposedly if they all go. And Anita
Uh huh.
Sarkeesian is the biggest one, of course. Everyone knows who
Sure.
she is. Um,
Her
and
jumpsuit in her promotional photo, I can't say that I am particularly critical of. It's got tigers on it. It's fun. But I don't like, why is she still relevant? I don't understand.
yeah, they think well again, look, if they wanna, like, I'll defend it a little bit, I guess, the LTU people, because like if they want to have Sarkeesian there, I think having her represent that perspective is fine, even with the
Well,
plagiarism
if you
stuff,
have the other
but
side as well, though.
only if you have the other side too, right? And they don't. In fact, out of all of their people, all three of their featured speakers, um, well, I don't know what all their views are, of course. I know Sarkeesian's extremely negative. She made false claims about GamerGate for years, and then there's the plagiarism stuff on top of that. But then there's Rachel Cowart, and you say you don't care that much about plagiarism. We can talk about that later
No,
if you want.
I don't, but that's not, in
Um,
my opinion, that it's a non-issue. Like, to me, I don't care whether
and it was
somebody plagiarized or not.
plagiarizing gameplay, which is like not as bad, except she did try to pass it off as her own, which is a problem. And she never gave
I
credit
mean
to those
but
creators
that's
if
a
they were
different,
small
that's a
channels.
problem. To me, that's a problem from a different perspective than just stealing content. It's misrepresenting who you are and what you do. That, in my opinion, there's a more specific problem there. You're representing, not just like your ideas and views in doing that. If you're using somebody else's gameplay, you're representing yourself as able to do so. Like, I don't care from a copyright perspective at all, one bit about that. But it is definitely painting herself as something that she's not.
So anyway, then they invited 9 other people who have never talked about GamerGate publicly, as far as I can tell, at
Mm,
least not under their real
that's
names. Maybe
good.
they use a pseudonym. So maybe those neutral people, or possibly neutral people, maybe they'll be fair. But it's and then they also invited 3 other anti-Gamergate people. So not a single pro Gamergater among them, and not a single like person who's neutral and has talked about it in depth. Like if they invited Koretsky, or if they did, they to their credit, I guess, they did
Mm-hmm.
invite Chris Ferguson. They said, but they refused to
Mm-hmm.
provide his lodging, even though they're going to pay for Sarkeesian's lodging and these other people, some of these other people, presumably their lodging, but they won't do that for Chris for some reason, um, which is really weird, given that he'd be the only like person on the only person here who's actually an expert on Gamergate, as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe these neutral people, maybe they've got like they've secretly researched it for 10 years, but they never talked about it once. Seems unlikely, but it's
One
possible,
day
I
there will be a
guess.
symposium. One day
Exactly. They've been
this
they've
will
been
all be
saving it.
important.
They've been saving all their research all this time. They've got like 10,000 files on their computer.
They got a folder that's like it's 3 levels deep in like stuff that's labeled Gamergate Symposium.
Yeah. So all they gotta, yeah, exactly. They started at the very beginning, and they've just been nonstop ever since. That's their 40 hours a week. That's their job. That's what they're doing. So so anyway, I just want, and I'm sure they're watching. Some of them are at least. I just want, I just want you to add other perspectives. Look, you can have Sarkeesian there. That's totally fine. Whatever. But you fly out Raymond Wallman, fly out other people
Mm-hmm.
who are experts on this topic. Grim
Sure,
Jim,
yeah.
even you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You'd be.
I,
I trust you at the symposium, way more.
well,
I trust you
I'll
if you were
say
there.
I
It,
I would not consider myself an expert on this. I would consider it just somebody who's lived through it.
yeah.
But maybe that makes more like the same kind of expert Anita Sarkeesian is on it,
Well,
though.
and I
Like,
even. Sorry.
no, I was just, to me that I wouldn't call myself like an expert on the subject. I'm obviously very familiar with it. I lived it. I lived through a lot of the things on either of the sides of it.
Oh, it's just too big, dude. There's like. So, do you know Savvy Lizer? Savvy writes books.
Yeah, writes books or
That's her
I
YouTube
want.
channel name.
Does she have yellow hair?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I do know who that is.
So I actually suggested they bring her to the conference too, or talk to her at least,
Mm-hmm.
because she actually just did she said she spent 2 weeks researching Gamergate, and she did a pretty good job actually. I think she did a pretty good job, except she only covered like the very beginning, and
Mm-hmm.
she left out some stuff, not on purpose, I don't think, because she said that there were a lot of broken links and stuff, and she couldn't find some of these sources, but she
Mm-hmm.
read James Desborough's book,
Mm.
and so she used that as a source, and also Zoe Quinn's book too, which you'd probably throw that out the window. That's probably
I
not
read that
useful.
book.
But
It's not a
yeah,
good book. It's a
yeah.
bad book.
I've not
It
read
is
it,
just
but it's Zoe Quinn, so I'm
I
not.
don't
And she doesn't
it's not
cite
even
her
really
sources
about
for anything,
Gamergate.
so
Like
yeah.
it's not even really about Gamergate. That's the problem. Like
Anyway,
it billed itself as such, but it really wasn't.
yeah. Anyway, so she read both of those books, and she spent about 2 weeks, she said, going through her research, and she made a 6-hour video about Gamergate.
Mm.
From like a more slightly anti-Gamergate perspective, I guess. She says that she's a bit more critical of it. But even that 2 weeks and 6-hour long video, it's like you only covered like the very beginning. It's
Mm-hmm.
like it's such a
Mm-hmm.
huge topic that if you want to do it well, you gotta, oh my, because it was the lives of these thousands of people over the course of a several year period. So of course it's going to be a massive thing. Because
Yeah,
those people
it
did
was
things, a lot of things,
it and
a lot of
so
Gamergate
much.
things on both sides.
Yes. It's really insane the amount of stuff. Like I said, I remembered the thing that brought me to it probably 15, 16 hours after we spoke yesterday. And like I will probably over the course of the weekend remember like, oh, I remember this thing that happened. That was crazy. I let that the Twitter hearts thing. I remembered that while just trying to come up with other examples of like things that I found completely nuts on my side that sort of disillusioned me. It's just there's so many things to pull from that you don't spend time on a general basis. Like, my life does not revolve around any of these types of things. My
Oh,
life is
you are so lucky.
well, I mean, to be fair, I probably could make it revolve around these things. I would just have to loudly endorse Gamergate, and I'm sure that I would become public enemy number one for a certain number of people. But I'm also sure that this will be taken as that by those people, so it's whatever.
Yeah. Well, anyone who would say that, honestly, is their opinion worth considering at that point? If they're like, "Oh, this
No.
guy, Peter Coffin, he's a traitor. He's a traitor and a pro JJ. He switched sides. This evil monster." Well, I mean, I don't want to say he switched sides, but he became neutral. But yeah,
I mean, they would say I switch sides.
they would say you switched sides.
There's no way in hell that they wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
And again, it's 2024. Like, asking the question, how do we solve the problem of Gamergate is like, how do we solve what are you talking about?
It's important. No, look, I'm doing a historical project on this, and I actually, you know what, I'll say this. I've never probably this project here, and not just this project, but what I'm going to build it out into after I finish this project in like a year and a half, 2 years, probably. When I'm done with this, I wanna be like a real journalist, and I wanna do real things in the world. And I've never felt like I had a calling in life as much as I do now with this project and with my. But I want to build this into something bigger, and I want to get the truth out about this. I think it's important to get the truth out about the Gamergate stuff, and other people do too. That's why the Airplay documentary just came out a few months ago, or maybe like 5 months ago now, or something. It came out last year, we'll say. It's important. So if they want to explore what really happened and explore the truth and what lessons we can take away from that, I think that that's fucking awesome. I implore them.
Yeah, but that's really
to do that.
That's
but
very
they need
different
to do
from asking the question,
how
do we solve the Gamergate problem?
Yeah.
Like, that's such a simplistic view of it.
It's also, and again, maybe they just didn't know any better, and they're like, "Oh, I just Googled Gamergate."
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair thing to
and then they saw one article. That's possible, right? But and they're like, "Oh, that sounds vaguely interesting. Let me do a conference on it." Maybe that's what it was, but
it could be.
But they gotta explore it. What actually happened? Like, if it's just gonna be Anita Sarkeesian and like 5 other people who are all like, the Gamergaters are Nazis. We gotta stop these people at all costs. They hate women. The lesson we need to take away from, and then they're gonna come away with their big conclusion right at the very end. And their big conclusion is gonna be, because if they go in with the panel they've got, unless those neutral people end up being like really awesome,
aggro, aggressively neutral.
If they go in with the current crop of panels they got, unless again, the neutral people are like really awesome for somehow, shockingly so, and like super well informed, which again, I'm not even sure if they studied every day between now and September, could they even become an expert on the topic? I don't know. So. No, they could become like a medium to high level of knowledge, probably. I think
they could certainly, in my opinion, they could certainly know more than the typical person who talks about Gamergate in public.
Yes, true. Well, yeah, because like I'm an exception. Raymond's an exception. Grim Jim's an exception. Hatman, did you see his thing that just dropped? Did you see that?
I have not seen it. No.
Plus, I've only started, but he thinks he's found out the origins of this whole of the social justice community in gaming. Have you heard of the Border House?
No, I have not.
Oh, it's this blog from the late 2000s, basically. It might be the mid 2000s too. But basically, almost all of the major anti-Gamergate figures, they were all associated with this blog. They were either interviewed by the blog or something along those lines. So, but I've only read part of his articles. It's massive.
That sounds very. Can you link it to me after we are done speaking?
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, I might even do a follow-up interview with him, because this he's been focusing his research on this like crazy, and I interviewed him 6 months ago. This is all new stuff.
There are a few places that I regard as kind of the sources of our current like left wing. I hesitate to say like total nonsense people, because obviously they're people with a lot of influence, and whether I agree with them or not is it doesn't make them nonsense. But I do think that they're nonsense. A lot of them come from something awful. A lot of them come from that channel Awesome.
Wait,
I don't
Channel
know. A lot of
Awesome.
it.
I'm not familiar with this. I know a bunch of them are something awful goons, of course. Everyone knows that. But the
Yes.
something awful thing, I wasn't. I mean, the Channel Awesome. I'm not familiar with this.
Oh, that's where Lindsay Ellis is from.
I don't know
You
who
know
that
Lindsay
is.
Ellis? Okay. Well, she is somebody who I think sort of had her rise a little after Gamergate. Video essayist, ultimately Breadtube. Um, Channel Austin was that's something you may want to look into. I don't know how connected to this it is, but yeah, I would maybe try to find out if
Well,
there's
I'm
any
not adding
connection. I
new
think that it's
people,
an
but
interesting.
like I don't think at least like unless Anita Sarkeesian approaches me tomorrow and is like, you know what, Tachyon, I want to talk to you about Gamergate. I'll do it. But but I'm trying to avoid adding new people. But Hatman, he might be familiar with this, and if not, maybe he'll be watching the stream and he can go look into it, and we can talk about that if we do a follow-up discussion. Which this is probably the first time he's heard about this because I meant to DM him and ask him about it, but I was going to finish reading his paper first to see if it would be worth it. But from what I've read already, given how well sourced everything is, and given that it's him and that he believes in in sourcing his shit very well. I'm
Hmm.
sure he did a good job in the second half of the article I haven't read yet, but it's so massive that I couldn't get through it in one sitting.
I will absolutely read
It's
that.
like it's
That
like a
sounds very
second Zoe
interesting.
post. That big. Maybe not that big, but it's pretty big. And it's his
I was gonna
third
say,
post.
like,
It's his
that was
third
like,
post of yeah. It's his third one. He's got two previous posts too, I believe. Too. I haven't read those either.
okay. Yeah, I'm very interested in that. I would like to read it.
Yeah, I'll definitely link it.
Great.
And where was I going with this? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm trying not to add new people, but it could be worth exploring because I've not heard of this channel awesome stuff, and that could be an
It's
interesting angle to
Nostalgia
explore.
Critic. Do you remember Nostalgia Critic at all?
Only vaguely. I didn't like watch their stuff. I know the name.
A lot of the, like, H Bomber guy, I don't think he was actually actively affiliated with it, but I think that he kind of came up somehow adjacent to it. It's a difficult. There's a whole another thing with Breadtube, because Breadtube isn't exactly a response to Gamergate, but it also kind of is in certain ways. Um, I don't know. There's a lot. It's an interesting set of. I've been more concerned with Breadtube than Gamergate personally. That's kind of my white whale.
Well, I got to ask you then.
Um,
What do you think of the Counterpoints philosophy tube stuff?
I think that I guess the best way to put it would be that I think Counterpoints has been trying very hard to get other people to cancel Philosophy Tube for her. I don't know exactly what happened. I can't tell you what happened. Like, there
Because of the
was
vague
rumors that,
post.
yeah, she was vague posting then deleting it, which obviously gets it more attention than if she had just tweeted something. And she knows that. She knows the internet better than anybody. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened there, so I can't really tell you. There were for a long time rumors I remember seeing in a lot of places that I knew what that was, because there's always been rumors between them. They were very close, and then suddenly uh, wanted nothing to do with each other. But also, Philosophy Tube turned into Counterpoints uh, at the same time. So a lot of weird things happened there. I don't
Well,
know exactly what they are.
the big claim, right, isn't just that she like turned into her in the sense that she made the content. It's that made similar content, but like in other ways too, right? That's the big
Yeah,
juicy salacious thing not everyone's talking about, but that's like it's something that's come up and people have speculated on. I'm not a speculator. I don't care. I don't really like follow this stuff.
I
I don't
don't.
even know the
Also,
whole
I don't
story.
buy that as. I don't quite buy that as much. I think a lot of people who are trans end up sort of not acting like they're trans ahead of time. Like, oh, I know that they love to do this sort of the egg shit and say like, oh, you can tell that somebody's trans. I don't think that you can, and I think that a lot of people that are trans or gay, even just straight like vanilla gay, I think a lot of people act like they're not that ahead of time. And I think that whatever anybody said um, before they reveal themselves to the world, so to speak. Now, what I would criticize Philosophy Tube on is just that, you know, she is kind of just aping Counterpoints act. She's doing an impression. But that's also got her into Star Wars, I guess. So whatever.
Oh, I didn't know she got into Star Wars for that. I don't really watch. I didn't
She's
watch
in
some.
the Acolyte.
I
that
watched
upcoming
some.
Acolyte show.
Yeah, I watched some Counterpoint stuff, mostly back in the day. Because I used to be. I'm not sure if you knew this. I used to be an anti-alt-right YouTuber. That was my big thing, both during the later years of GamerGate and after GamerGate. I became an anti-alt-right YouTuber for a while.
Sure, I did not know that.
Yeah, between like I don't know. I mean, like I was never like friends with the alt-right, you know. Like, but like I didn't like
Sure.
as the alt-right was coming up in like 2016, 2017 or so or whatever. 2018, 2019, like 2020, like so between like 20, sometime between like 2016 or 2017 and 2020, but mostly between like 2017 and like 2019. I guess I don't. This is a long time ago. My main focus was trying to debunk the alt right, and like take down their ideas and stuff. But I also like did some other like content too on the side. Like, for some of that period, GamerGate was still happening, so I was still doing GamerGate stuff as well, in addition to my anti-alt right stuff.
Right. Right.
But yeah, so I would actually watch some of her stuff as well. And there was this weird period. I'm not sure if you remember when like the Breadtube people were just emerging, you know, and there was like this weird like alliance between like like some of the because like the Breadtube people and like the debate people like Destiny, you know, like they were like going against the alt right, but then like so were a lot of the people who they used to. Well, not Destiny. Destiny never was anti-GamerGate. But like I don't know if Counterpoints was either. Actually, I don't think either of them were. But like Kevin Logan, remember when he like teamed up with Sargon back before Sargon went far right, and they both debated Richard Spencer together. Like it's like this weird moment in time. It's like I don't know
Very
how the
weird.
hell. It was so weird. And like during that period, you'd have like super far left
Kevin
people.
Logan. That's a name that I have not heard in a long time.
He's still around. He's going still. He's still doing videos and stuff for streams. Yeah.
I didn't realize I just did the Obi-Wan. I didn't even do that on purpose. That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
But anyway, yeah, I don't know enough personally about the Philosophy Tube and Counterpoint stuff to have an opinion on it.
It's interesting, but I would say it probably won't help with your project.
Well, but it will because like so. Like, are you okay if I make smaller clips? I'll not take you out of context.
Oh, absolutely.
From this.
No,
okay.
yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
Cool. So yeah,
piss,
in like 8 months,
off you want.
In 8 months, if people want to watch, or maybe like a year and a half, because you're like one of the later.
Piss anyone off that you want. Use me.
Well, I'm not gonna burn bridges with people if I don't have to. So
I know.
I'm just talk to both.
I promise you, it will piss some people off. Like the mere mention of me gets certain people very mad. And it tends to be more left people. Like the Breadtube people really, really hate me. And it's basically just because I'm actually, like I said earlier, I am a Marxist, but I am a Marxist that does not just kind of blindly say whatever people are saying and instead actually read Marx, which is very, very different than what is popularized as Marxism. I wish more people would actually read it, including people that don't necessarily end up agreeing with it. I wish more people would engage with the actual words of Marx rather than just say, I'm a Marxist. I'm a revolutionary. I love being cool.
I don't know if we would have taken this question from the chat or not. You always got to be skeptical when people ask questions like this because what's their real motivation? Do you see it?
Sure. Is it the nut kick one?
Yes.
Oh, see. The thing is, it hurts plenty. Like it hurts like I kicked somebody in the nuts, except for I'm the person that I kicked in the nuts. Like it hurts exactly like how you think it would hurt. Like, and here's the thing, I love that. Like the thing is, I don't love my nuts hurting, but I love that thing. Like I'm a big fan of Jackass. Like I think that kind of thing is funny. I like, you know, slapsticky type. Hey, that's not what we expect, but it's not necessarily something we would want. But It's unexpected and it's silly and it's weird. I think that's funny. I did it again in a documentary. Only that the documentary time I did it in an American flag onesie, and you can really see how hard I kick myself in the nuts. Most things are visible in that one. If you're really interested in it, Mr. Fibble, uh, you can really check out the mechanics of it.
Well, for research purposes.
Yeah, for research
purposes. No other reason. No other reason. Now, why he watches that every day, I don't know. But he wants to analyze the scene. He wants to analyze this.
I don't know why do we watch Jackass though? Like it's funny. It's funny to watch somebody get hurt to some extent. Like I also know that I'm not kicking myself in the nuts as hard as I possibly can. Like I'm not trying to do permanent damage to myself. Of course it hurts, but is it like a killer nut kick? Like is it something that I would do to one of my enemies? It's not the same power I would use on somebody that I actually wanted to walk away from it with some kind of damage. No, but it hurts. Like if you've ever, like it doesn't take a lot to get hurt there. But I'm not doing it to the extent that like I will say this. I really, really want to get together with Steve Harvey and do a 20-year anniversary of that somehow. I think that would be fun as hell because it's such a silly thing that happened to broadcast on national television. And it just seems like a funny. I would love to see Steve Harvey again because he was hilarious. That man is a national treasure as far as I'm concerned. And it's been 20 years since the first one. It was 2004, November or maybe December. I can't really remember exactly right now. But it was November or December of 2004. And it is now 2024. It would be great to do that. Maybe as a YouTube video or something.
To get by Steve Harvey?
No, not by Steve Harvey. I was on his show when I did that, though.
Oh, like I never knew you were on his show, even.
Yes, I was. I kicked myself in the nuts on Steve Harvey's TV show. It was nationally broadcast, and that was the first time I was ever on any kind of national media. And people give me shit for it as if like it's something that I should be ashamed of. And it's like, have you ever watched Jackass? Like. That's funny. Like people think it's funny. Like when people, most people.
You don't have to hide behind the joke, Peter. You can come out and say it.
Yeah, I don't have a like. I feel good about. Like I like that. I'm proud of that.
Hey,
I know I made a lot of people laugh. You know.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on.
I have people. Sorry.
Any final thoughts?
quick say. I do have other people approach me who are not from the internet. Who go, I watched that. It was actually pretty funny. I enjoyed that. It took a lot of balls to go up there and do that. And it's like,
I see what you're
it did. It did take a lot of balls, like in more than one way.
Mr. Fibble is definitely in the camp of, he says, you definitely
I think so too.
That's what he says.
We need to get Steve Harvey involved, though.
No, so invite him to the conference, the LTU conference. You'll go too. So you and Steve Harvey go there. You'll do it there, and then you'll talk about games.
Steve Harvey hosts the conference like it's family.
It would be great. I doubt he'd do it though. But
he would never do it. He would never do that.
I doubt he knows what GamerGate is. I doubt he knows what GamerGate is.
He has no idea what that is. If you said, "Would you please host a GamerGate symposium?" he would look at you as if he was hosting Family Feud.
Anyway, we still haven't even talked about this. We haven't even got to the GamerGate questions. But first, before we get to GamerGate, Sweet Baby Inc. You did a video on this. I watched it. You had a basic, reasonable take. Okay. I'm sorry, but there's like not really anything to like critique. It's like, oh my god, he said this horrible thing and he got the situation wrong and he misrepresented. No, you basically just had a normal take, which is actually kind of funny because like before. I didn't like know your stuff before. I didn't like know who you. I except for like vaguely knew the name Peter Coffin, and I knew that you were.
You knew me from that picture of me having a fake girlfriend puppet in the.
Well, you got
AGG
mentioned.
versus GG photo.
You got there's actually in one of the interviews. I interviewed somebody else, and they said they had a pleasant conversation. With
Interesting.
You. I don't know if that was like recently or if that was like a conversation.
Who was it? Because
I forget. But it was in the past 2 months or 3 months that they said this, so it was one of the more recent
That's
ones.
interesting because I have had a few pleasant conversations with people from that era, and I would love to know who it was because I'd like to.
They spoke really well of you. I guess you'll find out in 8 months or 10 months or 15 months whenever I transcribe that interview. But
No, that'll be. I would love to know. That would be great because I have tried. Whenever anybody actually wants to have a conversation with me, I'm more than happy to. I like having those conversations.
so if there's anti-Gamergate people watching, and they're like, oh, there are. I got people in my chat. I got people in my Discord who are opposed to Gamergate. I've interviewed some of these
Hmm.
people. I value that they participated. I think it's important.
Hmm.
And I've reached out to scores, if not hundreds, of additional anti-Gamergate people who either don't reply or tried to send their followers to harass me because I reached out to them and then leaked my email address. But I don't consider it doxing technically because it was already a public email, but they didn't know that probably. And people have had very diverse rate of responses on the anti-Gamergate side, but mostly ignoring me.
Sounds like it.
Um, anyway, most of those people ignore me. They don't reply. They don't even say no. They just completely. I've tried so hard. Anyway, if there's some of them watching, actually, I don't want to add new people. So if there's some of you watching, you should have replied to my emails in my DMs months ago. Sorry, unless you're like Anita Sarkeesian, maybe I'll talk with you. but I'm sorry, but I think the window's closed on adding new people. But anyway, I was gonna say what's your appeal to them? What information do you have that they don't that you think that they should hear?
With Sweet Baby?
No, with the anti-gamergaters. So we'll move to Sweet Baby. Sorry, I kind of jumped topics.
Oh, with the anti-Gamergaters. I think it's just, you were used. I like a lot of people were used to. I mean, I don't know if it was consciously by the people who were kind of behind anything. I don't know if it was I don't know that Zoe Quinn was secretly mobilizing everyone to defend Kotaku or any institution in gaming. But ultimately, that's what we did. We diverted attention from these institutions, and that is a form of defense. And that is, you were used in that respect. And I'm sure none of those institutions minded it one bit.
All right, so Sweet Baby Inc., you did a reasonable video on this. No real critiques. Anything you got to say about the Sweet Baby situation?
I would love it if more people investigated the whales angle. Like, I think that more people need to think about. I think a lot of these games as a service type prospects, they're happy to orient themselves along the Sweet Baby DEI woke type stuff because they know that the middle class, either regardless of identity, whether they're from a marginalized historically background or a white background, regardless of that background, if they're upper middle class and they care a whole lot about DEI stuff, they're probably going to have a little bit of money to spend, and they're probably not the most serious gamer in the world. But a lot of their support in the gaming industry is based on their own views being reflected back to them. If the business model is adjusted, as games as a service, in my opinion, is attempting to do, towards the mobile games model, where 70 to 90% of the income for a game comes from 2 to 5% of the player base, it's so much easier to attempt to get people who want to pay based on their agreement with some views. If you get a small amount of people like that in the door, and they all continually spend money on the game because they agree with the game and it makes them feel good, they get on, and every time it tells them that they're right about everything, that's easier than selling 1 million copies of a game. Now, the thing that they neglect to understand is that in order to have those people even care about the game in the first place, is that you need a mass player base in a game, which means that you can't just cater to one little tiny demographic and its very specific viewpoints. I think that's the downfall of it, but I think the aim is to create woke whales, more or less. And I would like people to consider that more.
All right, now what do you think of? Well, first off, I guess before I ask the next question, I got like a list of things. I'm sorry. Before I even get to the real list, because I've been taking notes as we go. Do you consider this Sweet Baby Inc. controversy a GamerGate 2, quote unquote?
No, I don't. I think that I actually think that they've focused more on Sweet Baby Inc. as an institution. Like, it is an institution. It is a company. It is a for-profit entity that is contracted and consulted with for a specific purpose. And there's nothing wrong with, like, focusing on that. I do think that all of the gaming outlets, the supposedly serious games journalist places that all hate Gamergate a whole lot, I think that they very much wanted it to be Gamergate too, because so many people kept repeatedly saying, don't make this into Gamergate 2. You don't need to do that. You don't have to keep mentioning this thing. You could actually report on it the right way. And they didn't. They just they kept almost taunting the people who were raising issues on Sweet Baby Inc. They wanted it to be Gamergate 2 because it's a vector for engagement, and that's the vector for success. Or sorry, that's the metric for success in the attention economy. Engagement is the only way you can really measure if attention is actually happening. I also think that there were people on the critical side that wanted it to be Gamergate 2, and I think some of that may have been nostalgia, and I think some of it may have been the idea that Gamergate is a well-known quantity and that it would be easier to get something going in terms of like a movement or some kind of collective.
There's no movement yet, and I don't think it's going to turn. I don't think it's going to go that way.
I don't either. I don't think that it's a specific. I don't think that it's a general enough concern, because I think there's two reasons I don't think it's a general enough concern. The first is that I think that to somebody who doesn't know what Sweet Baby Inc. is, or doesn't know what DEI is, or doesn't know any of that stuff, it's a very difficult to understand prospect. And that's, when you think about it, probably most people don't really know what those things are, particularly Sweet Baby. And to some extent, I think DEI isn't really regarded as DEI by people, but more as woke stuff. Those are specifics that make it maybe difficult to understand the story. The other aspect is, I think that there were a lot of claims that were exaggerated. Like, there are definitely games that Sweet Baby Inc. has been involved in that are just devoid of any decent writing in them. But then there's also Alan Wake 2, where they were involved in it, and there's a few like cringeworthy lines, but generally the game's pretty damn good. And I think that when people play through that, and more people are, I think, more likely to play through something like Alan Wake than one of the lower profile titles that are also just total shit.
Well, I don't want to say like they're all total shit, because like, I don't know.
They aren't all. I'm not saying that either. I don't. Just like, to be clear, I'm not trying to say that.
I'm not gonna shit on them.
Well,
but they probably shouldn't hire these woke consulting firms. At least
I was gonna.
It would be my preference. They probably
the ones that hire these woke consultants. I think the ones that hire the woke consultants are more likely to be shit, specifically because I feel like you hire those people as a means to attempt to tap into like a cultural zeitgeist. Who are really angling towards cultural zeitgeist. And when I'm saying, when we're talking about Sweet Baby, it would definitely be towards the left. But I think that it goes the other way as well. If like the main aspect of the game is that it's a cultural zeitgeist thing, it's usually not that good of a game. I think it's more likely to not be that. Like Hatred, that game. Do you remember Hatred?
Oh yeah,
it was kind of.
I think it's a game you could even sell on Steam if you wanted to.
I agree. I don't think it's really that controversial. I think it's also kind of a boring game, and I think that all of the ado made about it was really overblown. I think that there was no reason for the reaction that people had to that. But I do also think that it was ultimately not really like a standout title, and I think it was kind of just I guess decently competent shooter that was pretty boring. I I don't know.
Well, the only
But
reason anybody even knows about hatred is because they tried to censor it.
exactly.
But so it was what happened. They try to censor hatred, and they fail. And so the game comes out, a bunch of people buy it, and then they say, "Oh," or I don't know, I'm not sure a bunch of people buy it, but like some people presumably bought it, and they say, "Oh
A
wow,
fair.
the game
It
sucks."
wasn't a large.
They say the game sucks, and then what happens? Everyone forgets about it, and all they remember is that, oh yeah, they tried to censor it, and it was a shitty game.
Yeah.
That's like it's not like it had some lasting cultural impact on our society because it was a bad game.
Well, yeah, and like the main thing
I've
that it
not
was
played it
aiming for was
personally, so I
that
don't know.
cultural. That
But like everyone says
well,
it's a bad
I
game.
would say it was not particularly great. I did play it actually. I didn't pay for it, which makes me probably bad in terms of indie developer people. But like, I did play it, and I didn't find it to be that good. I thought it was competent, but competent isn't enough for me to care. And ultimately, it was very samey throughout the areas that I played through. I didn't like it, and I think that it was clear that it was aiming for cultural relevance, and I think that that's a bad move when you're making an indie game. I think it reflects badly on you, and I'm talking about hatred as an example of it, but like how many left wing examples are there? It's probably a lot more than there are than just hatred. Hatred is an easy one to point to because a lot of people remember it for
And
exactly the reasons we
it's
discussed.
not even right wing though, is it? Or is it he doesn't he kill everybody basically?
It was, I mean, it was trying to cash in on the kind of like we're the opposite of the nice
Oh,
left.
they were edgy. It's like we're gonna well basically you're it's like Postal, right? They're trying to you're playing a psychotic person whose goal is to massacre everybody.
Yes, correct.
And we want to be edgy as fuck because you know what? All these people are saying, "Oh no, you got to be responsible with your games, and you can't have sexism or violence or all these bad things that we don't like." And they're like, "Oh
Well,
yeah, well fuck
exactly.
you, baby." That's what they said.
Well, that's exactly what it was. And I think that I mean, there's a time when that I think was enough, like maybe decades and decades ago before video games were even relevant. Like Lenny Bruce, for instance, was a very relevant comedian because he was very controversial in terms of what he would talk about. Looking back on him, he's actually pretty tame compared to stuff now. But I, if you're just aiming for cultural relevance with a game and you're not aiming on making a standout title, like cultural relevance, it's fine to care about, but like if it's the primary goal, I think it generally lends towards bad games, and particularly with indie devs because you have a smaller team and all of the effort matters more. And if the effort is put towards cultural relevance, it's not going to be put somewhere else. It's limited effort. And like I said, hatred, it's if I'm completely honest, I think there's a lot more like completely left wing examples of that type of like trying to be culturally relevant over gameplay indie games. And that's the type of game I'm talking about specifically. Like indie games that are just games that are small are not automatically shit, but games in this category of indie games that somehow Sweet Baby would be involved in probably are going to be shit.
Well, I want to talk about that in a minute, but first I want to ask you this other question because one of the former developers of World of Warcraft, Mark Grums Kern, are you familiar with him?
I'm familiar with not him as a person, but I am familiar with his name and some of his content.
Okay, so he's worked on a few different games. He's a little bit of a controversial figure. Um, he was also involved
Yeah,
with
I'm
GamerGate.
aware of that.
He was also involved with the first GamerGate to some extent. Though he identifies as either neutral or pro. I'm not sure which. It seems like he's said. I've seen both. So he's either neutral or pro, or maybe at different time periods. Maybe he switched, right? Maybe he went from being neutral to pro or pro to neutral. I don't know. Anyway,
Sure.
he was involved in some capacity in the first GamerGate, and
Right.
he says that he thinks that the DEI stuff is because of woke capitalism, basically. That hedge funds like BlackRock, they give incentives to companies that do DEI initiatives, and that some of these companies are
Yeah.
game developers, and
Here,
so
hold
that's
on just a
part.
second. My daughter's coming in here.
Okay.
I'll be right. I got to mute for a second. Please hold that thought. Sorry about that. I definitely had to take care of that though.
Yeah, no, you're totally fine. But
Please
anyway,
continue.
he
Sorry.
thinks he thinks that these hedge funds and like woke capitalism or whatever you want to call it, that
Right.
they oh, that's like one aspect, I guess, of woke capital, but
Is
like
he
the ESG
talking
stuff,
about like the
ESG.
ESG
Yeah, he
and
thinks that that's the reason why companies like Sweet Baby, um, and the recent Pokemon Go thing, which we can talk about in a minute too. But he thinks
sure.
that's why that's happening because they think that they get certain money, a certain extra money, or better rates, or better interest rates, or whatever, if they
I don't think he's wrong,
do DEI.
but I do think that like there's a lot of people who are constantly talking about ESG and social credit systems, and they aren't thinking about it. They think those things are the end, not the means. But they're means and they're ideologies. And I don't see like when I see somebody get obsessed with ESG, they're like Vanguard puts out these ESG things, and that means that they set these incentives and they know who is compliant. Well, sure, yes, exactly, yeah, I get that, but like, why? Why do they need the compliance? Like, why does that matter? If the goal is to make money, or if the goal is to exert control, why do they even need that? They don't. They absolutely don't need that. It's just one of many different methods of control. Um, I don't think that it is a primary concern. I do think that it's something that's real. I don't think that it's not real. But I think that DEI stuff, it's not just about ESG. It's, again, like I said, I think DEI is mostly centered around avoiding liabilities in human resources departments. I think that it's mainly a human resources tactic and ideology, so to speak.
All right, so I did DM you about this. I don't know if you have any strong thoughts. I don't play Pokemon Go. I did briefly when the game came out several years ago.
Sure.
Um, but there's been a major update and people are pissed. People are pissed because they purposely made the characters ugly. They've changed everybody's avatar,
Uh
and they uglified them. And people are upset about this because they made these beautiful characters and now they look like shit. So what do you
well,
think about this? Is this like why do they do this? Why did they purposely make them ugly? I just don't get it.
I mean, to me, there's I
I
don't care so much, but I can give you I can offer some reasoning as to why I think they do it. I think that to some extent, they do it because everything is sort of oriented towards ad friendly. Now, Pokemon Go is a mobile game; it's not a Switch game, and Pokemon Go is oriented towards making money on microtransactions and ongoing. I don't remember if there's ads in it or not, but I know that there are microtransactions in it. I think that it's oriented towards being as family friendly as possible in that marketplace. I don't think that it's good, but I it's not something that matters to me as much. Like, I care more about, if I'm completely honest, Pokemon Go is like nothing to me. I just don't care about it at all.
Same here.
Um,
But I do think it's bullshit that these people got fucked over.
I don't love that I don't regard it as them necessarily being fucked over
I mean, yeah, I
because I
do.
don't.
Okay, people have been playing this game for almost a decade, right? Remember Pokemon Go to the polls. So like at least since 2016, people have been playing this game and they put so many hours into it and now they're like, well, look, we can't have any beautiful women in the game, okay, because it's sexist, it's not family friendly, whatever the fuck, so we got to make all the characters look ugly on purpose. I think it's bullshit. I think that those people are
I
right
would
to be
argue
upset.
that the characters didn't really look very beautiful before, per se.
Some of them
They
looked
didn't.
okay.
Maybe,
I've seen some pictures
but
that
like
look
to
a
me,
little
they
good.
all look kind of cartoony, and they still look kind of cartoony. I don't know that I regard it as fucking over. I regard it as annoying. Like, kind of like, I don't regard it positively, but I don't regard it like as an extreme problem. Just like, because it is ultimately their property. I don't,
Yeah,
and this isn't to
legally they can
defend
do
it
it, but we should criticize them.
legally. And this is to be fair. I mean, there's an argument against whether or not they should be the sole like control over something that is ultimately very much powered by the users. Like without the users, there's no game. One could argue that there should be some recourse for the people playing the game, and I would agree. I would not argue against that. I would agree with it. But I think this is actually a smaller example in that type of a thing, because we have seen that same type of situation play out previously in more extreme ways, in my opinion, the uglification scenario, so to speak.
Would you want to give me some examples? Because I know everybody talks about this. People don't like it. A lot of people don't. But what do you
Off
think
the
are like the
top of my
strongest
head,
ones?
well, I don't have off the top of my head any examples. I was saying
What about PB and Mass Effect Andromeda?
oh, Mass Effect
Or was that just
Andromeda.
incompetence? I don't know if that was necessarily on purpose.
Well, I don't know either.
But also, is
But
it? It's only certain scenes. I think I don't know if that's every scene that she's in, or if it's just like the lighting and stuff too. 'Cause I'm
it's
not.
tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough one because it's hard to believe that no one saw it. I guess that's where I feel like
they have testers.
incompetence seems like it seems very incompetent, but at the same time I also think like, how did nobody catch this? How did nobody catch any of it? Because there's so much wrong with that game that somebody should have caught.
Their
But
character creation's decent though, I will say, because I made my writer look hot as fuck, and I play as female characters usually. But
well, I get that. I often play as female. I don't always play as female, but I often play as female characters, and I do the same. I attempt to make them as hot as possible because why wouldn't you? Why would that not be what you do? But I don't know. I think that's a good example, but it's unfortunately an example where I do think it's difficult to nail down the exact underlying reason for it to happen. You know?
well, you said family friendly, and maybe for like Nintendo that is. I think there's also like this cultural zeitgeist or idea that like we can't have beautiful women in games. Even Liana Kersner, who's a feminist media critic, talks about this stuff. Where it's
Yeah.
like instead of feminist critique, like through like Anita Sarkeesian and people like that, instead of that expanding the possibility of the roles that women can inhabit within games, it shrunk it down. She calls it the brunette. I don't remember exactly what she says, but like the brunette with the ponytail. Like everyone looks like the like Lara Croft in the 2016 reboot. Now, and I don't know if that's like too far off. But like there's also like this idea that like, oh well, sexy characters is bad, especially sexy women. Sexy men characters are fine though. Um, and then like even all these articles coming out about Stellar Blade attacking that.
Yeah, that's been kind of nonsense. I mean, I do think like it's pretty obviously goon fuel, the game, and I think that uh I think that there's some degree of maybe they're taking advantage of people with porn addiction with that game in some respects.
Well, there's no
But I'm not
microtransactions, so
Well, what I'm saying, I'm not criticizing the actual having of that character in a game, though. Like, it's your game. Like, you should be able to do that. I do see some kind of demented behavior defending the game, or maybe overemphasizing how important the game is. But I don't know. When I get into these types of situations where it is, a lot of this really does come down to personal taste. It's hard for me to really come down hard on people who are for the ability to express yourself in different ways. You know what I mean? I think that, if you're going to say like we need to have diverse blah blah blah, you do have to say like it's all right to have the goon fuel, because that is a type of person, whether you like it or not. Regardless of whether it's sexy or not sexy, there's no such thing as a cartoon that is true to life in proportions. It's not. That doesn't exist. Like, you will emphasize some aspect of it, whether that be tits and ass, or it be stomach, or whatever. Like, there's going to be things that are exaggerated because that's the thing the character is supposed to focus on. That's the aesthetic of the character, and it's going to be the focus of the character. So I think ultimately, I don't like the idea of restricting creativity, but at the same time, that brings us into, well, it's also it's their game. They get to do what they want. I will say, I think the family friendly stuff, it's more, it's something that you would more see on mobile game stores than when we talk about family friendly. Yeah, Switch,
But
sure.
it's been out for like 8 years. Like, how many parents complained? Oh my God, my kid's playing a character
My
that looks
guess
too
would be none.
attractive. I don't know. I feel like it's
My
not like
guess would be
it's not
none.
like they're Bayonetta, right? I mean,
No, and also Bayonetta's fine. Like, there's no
yeah,
problem with
Bayonetta's fine
Bayonetta.
too. I agree,
Like,
1000%.
there's no issue with Bayonetta. Like, there's no issue with, in all
Quiet
on all
either.
honesty,
She breathes through her
no.
skin. Okay.
Well, people will regret what they said about her.
Well,
What was it Kojima said?
oh yeah,
It was really funny what Kojima said.
well, if
People will regret their words.
so,
Or
I will
something
say
like that.
this: I love Metal Gear Solid 5. I think making a character like Quiet is totally fine. Your artistic freedom. Now, would I say that Quiet is the world's greatest representation of a? Well, actually, I don't. Fuck it. I don't care about like the. You don't need to. Not every character in a game needs to represent all women, and you can't even do that anyway because women are a diverse group of people who all disagree with each other. So,
Yeah, no,
do I think that Quiet's the best written female character of all time? No. In fact, I'd
no.
probably put her at like a 3 or a 4.
Well, she doesn't have a lot of dialogue, so she's not
Exactly.
well written. Period.
Exactly. But
No matter how
that's
good that
like,
dialogue is,
even
she
if
can't
so
be well
look,
written.
he could have done the whole look, she's disabled, right? Because she has to breathe through her skin and she does photosynthesis or whatever.
Uh-huh.
He could have done that, but written it in a way. But why can't she talk? Oh, because she can't talk because the Wolbachia, right?
Yeah, the
That's why
parasite. Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, well, that's kind of, oh, spoilers by the way if you haven't played the game. But
Yeah, no,
so I don't
you're
know.
right about that.
She is like, what do you think of that? Is that a great explanation in the story in your view for why she
I
doesn't
think
talk?
that it's fair. Yeah, I
It
think
makes
that's a
sense
good
in
enough
universe.
explanation. I mean, I don't think that you really need to have a good explanation for everything. Whether a story is good or not is, it's subjective, and it's different with lots. I'm sure that there are some people who got that explanation and were like, come on. But I'm sure there are people who were like, yeah, that's enough for me. And both of those opinions, in my view, are valid opinions. I think that it's fine, to each their own. For me personally, I think that it's a fine explanation. I wish they would have gotten to actually finish the story in the game. Like, that's my problem with Metal Gear Solid 5. It's a clearly unfinished game. Unfortunately, due to how Konami treated Kojima and company. That would be my problem with that game. But ultimately, can you criticize sexy characters for not having a good purpose and just being there as goon fuel, or just being like, yes, you can. Like, it's valid to criticize things for that. But like, that doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have those things. And that's what I think that a lot of the people who make those criticisms believe they're making those criticisms for, is to stop those things from happening ever. And I think that's the invalid view, because I do think that it's worth criticizing some kind of things, but like, because it badly represents women, I don't even know that I think that that's a.
I don't even.
I made it.
So chat brought up something. Do you see what JT Vegas said in the chat? In Metal Gear Solid 5 brings up language. That's actually, if you think about, if the whole game is, because remember, like, basically, major spoilers. Fucking mute this right away if you don't want to be spoiled. But major spoilers. The whole game basically it's based around language, or at least a lot of the story
Yes.
is. So
Yes.
having the fact that she doesn't talk for the vast majority of the game, like that in and of itself, I think it fits so integrally into the story.
It's
but the
very
player wouldn't
thematic.
know.
It's thematically important.
Yeah. So actually, you know what? Fuck it. I said 3 to 4 out of 10. I'll move her up to like a 6, maybe, or 7, because I think that actually, you know what? Maybe even because like that is such. If you think about it, for more than 2 seconds, or like you actually like you really examine it, like it does make sense because like the whole game, the player's like, why the fuck doesn't she talk?
Yeah.
And then you find out, and you're like, oh, but still, I guess Kojima was right. They will eat those words.
Yeah, we regret those words.
Or I don't know. What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know. I think that it's thematically important, but it's fiction. Like it has a point. He's trying to say something, and it really like a lot of things that you're making a point don't necessarily think about absolutely every aspect of that point. And I think this is, to the detriment of a lot of modern media is needing to explain absolutely everything. I don't like that. I like some having to fill in the blanks myself. I think that that's good. Like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, for me, I got about 4 or 5 movies into it, and I was just like, all right, I'm done. I don't care anymore. Like, because it sucked. It started to, everything was self-referential, and everything had to be explained. And I didn't want to know more. I wanted to experience more. And I think that a lot of the time, a story doesn't necessarily have to make perfect sense if it's an interesting experience that says something.
Yeah. No. I got mixed feelings. I'd have to. Do you want to spend the next 20 minutes diving into whether or not we think stories should explain everything or not? Because we can.
I don't know. No, probably not, because it's not the most important thing in the world to me.
Okay. I think it's an interesting topic, but I don't have strong views on it. So I don't like them showing everything in trailers, though. I fucking hate that. Like the Alien
No,
Romulus
I don't like that
trailer,
either.
they showed the alien, which I didn't like. They showed like a not just like a snippet, but like they showed like the alien. I thought that was bad.
Yeah.
Have you seen the trailer?
I haven't actually seen it. No.
Okay. Are you an Alien fan?
But I'm more of an Alien lore fan. I don't really love the series. I love the games, or rather the game. I like Isolation.
Oh, it's so good.
But I more enjoy the lore of Alien than I actually enjoy Alien, to be honest.
I love the first 2 movies, and then I love William Gibson's 3, and I love the RPG, and I love some of the video games. I'll say that.
Right.
Have you played
Yeah.
the RPG? Free League's the
I've
company
never.
that made it.
I
They
didn't
actually
even know
do a
there
really
was
good
an
job.
RPG. If I'm completely
I'm not
honest
being
with you.
paid to say that. I don't know about their more recent expansions because I've not played those. But like the
Right.
original core rulebook, that's actually really good.
Oh, like tabletop RPG?
Tabletop, yeah.
I don't really do a lot of tabletop, to be honest with you. I haven't done that in many years, my friend.
All right. So anyway, I learned about something new the other day, and someone in the chat, Darkspine Zim, is asking, "This is a GamerGate stream, isn't it, Tachyon?" True.
Well, I mean,
We haven't got
titties.
to GamerGate yet. Well, we touched upon it briefly, but
But these are issues that inform Gamergate, certainly.
GamerGate's everything. So anyway, I learned this phrase the other day because I was watching an anti-GamerGate video by the person we mentioned earlier, Savvy Lizer.
Right.
Her video, well, actually, one of her other videos, I think, she talks about narrowcasting, and it's this idea, which I've always been a fan of this, I think, or like this has been like it fits very neatly into my worldview,
Mm-hmm.
and what I believe for a long period of time, which is that like, a large number of games should be made, and they should cater to a wide number of people. And so she talks about narrowcasting. It's this idea, essentially, that you should make games for niche audiences, or not just games, but like books and movies and TV shows too. That there's
Sure.
value in doing that, and you have a greater diversity of games being made for this. So not everything has to cater to the AAA Marvel, Star Wars, universe. That's fine; those can exist, but there needs to be more of a market, and there is a big market that's untapped right now, in some mediums at least, for these more niche products. And that could be like woke games, that could be stealth games, that could be whatever. All these different niche genres and niche experimental ideas. I think that that's beautiful. I think that that's the kind of that's the kind of idea that I like. What do you think?
Well, I think a lot of it is that if we're going to put woke as a category, I think that woke and actual like diversity and okay, so the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, definitionally I agree with. I like all of those things. But I think categorically they aren't implemented definitionally. I think that they signify something different than what they definitionally mean. And I think that in terms of games that are actually exploring like some minority viewpoint, and when I say some minority, I mean a very, it could be like any minority. I mean like X minority. I just pick anyone. I think that that's good, and I'm interested in it. It's just I'm not interested in things that infantilize either myself as the player or the characters. I'm not interested in I'm not interested in power fantasies that are purely made specifically because it's the opposite of what is quote unquote mainstream. I'm not interested in that. I don't think that those things. I don't know that I agree with them as good niche products either, because they're often created in because I think wokeness is inherently a segregationist and essentialist ideology. I think that it looks at the minorities that it wishes to protect as fundamentally weaker, and that they need to be segregated away from the evil majority, whoever that majority may be. In our case, it's white men who are cis. I don't think that that's good. I think that that is ultimately actually white supremacy. I think that it's a superiority ideology that regards the minorities as weaker. And I don't think that that's a good niche. I don't agree with that. However, the things that wokeness purports itself to be, the deep dives that are actually good character investigations into those minority viewpoints, I think that those are good niches. And I do think that I think that more people would be serious about those types of games if they were done in a manner that reflected a more real world perspective on a minority. Like, for instance, if you were to talk about a black woman, instead of just making a game about black girl magic, maybe using some real scenarios as inspiration, like looking into some history that maybe real people lived through and using that as inspiration for a story of some kind. Like,
Well,
go ahead.
I want to push back on something you said, but I also want to expand upon that point that you just made. I talked about this with other people too on Lord Nurgle's Stream of Corruption show
Sure.
when we were talking about the Sweet Baby Ink stuff. I'm not sure if you saw that, but I think I also talked about it with Applebind as well, maybe. But there was a controversy recently because IGN decided to criticize Capcom for hinting that they're going to reboot Resident Evil 5, and IGN was saying that Resident Evil 5 is racist because it's set in Africa. It's a stupid argument.
Oh,
Anyway,
it's the dumbest thing
so
in the world,
but
that argument.
but like honestly, that's the kind of like diversity that's fucking awesome, right? Like when you what you should do is like if you want to hire consultants, like don't hire the woke consulting firms unless you want to. Like if that's your niche and you want to go for that, whatever, knock yourself out. But like if you want to like write great African characters, like don't hire Sweet Baby Inc. because like those people don't know shit about Africa. What you
Oh,
should
they know
do is
exactly. They know nothing about
you should
Africa.
hire like African historians, and you should like fly your developers out to Africa and have them meet with people and actually like maybe stay there for a couple weeks in a village and like help them build a well and shit. Like I don't know, like do something important.
Oh, I agree.
Like something that
That's not
actually add
wokeness,
real
though.
diversity and real value to the product. That's what you should
Yes,
do.
but that's not wokeness. Like, wokeness isn't that. Wokeness is, it is an inherently infantilizing ideology. It looks at these um, sweet, beautiful boys and girls of minority groups as important to preserve the innocence and beauty of, and it puts them in glass boxes, and it regards them as weak, like they're brittle, like a soft breeze might destroy them. And I don't like that. Like, and the thing is, I think that this Sweet Baby Inc. type of consulting, it either does that, or like I said, there's also the power fantasy that just it simply dichotomizes itself against what is considered mainstream. And I don't like that. I don't think that those are useful things. I don't think that those are good niches. I don't think that I think that type of portrayal, if you, and I've made a documentary about representation where I don't think that it really is what they claim it is, that every single representation is very important. I don't necessarily think that. But if you do think that, and you are consistently representing these minority groups in these, what I am going to say, inaccurate ways, the blowback, I think it's apparent at this point. Even like, you see people who they'll see a black person in a game, or they'll see a gay person, or like, again, name an identity. They see somebody like that in a game and they go, "Oh, it's a woke game," and it doesn't necessarily mean it's a woke game. It could be a woke game, but like, it turns it into something bigger than it has to be. And it also discourages people from curiosity of other people's types of lives. I just think that it's a fundamentally unproductive way of doing things.
I agree. Did you know that one of my, before I deleted everything, I guess they did stuff. The anti-gamergaters got the last laugh, huh? Or no, not with this project they didn't. But after college, I deleted. Well, a little bit after I graduated, I guess. I deleted all my old shit because I was afraid that it would come back and hurt me. Even though I didn't like say anything crazy, but I had like hundreds of GamerGate videos, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna be so fucked over with the way they've lied about us. I really regret doing that now, especially the 2 panels I did. I really wish I didn't. Oh, that's so sad. Anyway, fuck, where was I going with that? You know what? It probably doesn't matter. Anyway, I want to ask you, you said that they think minorities are fundamentally weaker. I don't think they'd frame it that way. I think what they'd say is that they're not like biologically weaker, right? They'd say that there's like, America is a white supremacist patriarchal superstructure, and then the superstructure imposes its will through white supremacists and stuff like that, patriarchy. And it does that to oppress these people. And so it's not that they're like fundamentally weaker. It's just that they're weaker because of the society that they inhabit. And that if they lived in a different kind of society, they wouldn't be like that.
Well, then you have to ask for a material basis of it. And what's the material basis of the white people's power? Oh, that they're white.
Well, no, they would say that it's because that they're the mind. Well, they wouldn't say that they're. Well, they'd say that they're like, because like the founding fathers were white, and in the beginning, the American political structure originally gave power primarily to white people over black people who were mostly slaves, but some of them were free blacks as well. And because of that origin story from several hundred years ago, and also as recently as the 1960s, America was like an overtly racist country, or at least parts of America were segregationist.
I would say parts of it.
Yeah. So they would say that means that history has shaped community. Well, actually, let's give like this. They don't, like, the wokest people probably wouldn't make this argument, but it's like an argument like a smart progressive, I guess, would make, which is that like the history of these people living in these bad conditions has resulted in like certain types of inequality that exist in our cities, where black people on average are more poor, and part of that might be due to the historical legacy. Let's go like a smart person who is like making this argument would make, not like the.
Well, I'm not going to make an argument against that though, because like if it's a smart person who is not just saying insane shit, I have less of a qualm with it, you know?
Yeah, right. Me too. So I probably fucking believe that like black people like on average, because of historical factors, like are on average
black people
well off. Like maybe.
I mean, not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily exclude them from. Like there are, for instance, there are black CEOs, there are black capitalists, there are people who are black and have made it into the upper echelon, so to speak. It doesn't exclude them entirely from it, but it is more difficult from certain positions, economically speaking, and in some cases ideologically based on race, color, creed, etc. Like there are things that do get in the way of minority groups making it quote unquote. I don't think that that's not true. I just think that that's not what those people are ultimately arguing. I think that they heard that maybe 2 decades ago and have just built like a crazy narrative in their mind that ultimately power comes from being white, like in a lot of those people's minds. Like you're white, therefore you're the problem. And if it is you're white and therefore you're the problem, which doesn't regard the white individual's position relative to the minority person, their position individually speaking as well. Like here's the thing: let's say you have a black person who owns a major corporation and they're talking to a white person who makes minimum wage. Like, who's more powerful? Is it the black person or the white person? There's some people who would say that the white person has power over that black person because of what they would call white privilege. It's not true.
Right.
That white
That's
person
what you're
does
right.
not
They would
have
say.
power.
Well, it depends on who you talk to. Like, they might also
It
say
does depend on
that
who you talk to.
they would say they would. Can I?
Go ahead.
They'd say that they have, if they want to take like an intersectional quote unquote approach, right? They'd say that in terms of economic status, the black person's more powerful, but in terms of racial status, the white person's more powerful, and that like there's different
Blatantly
types of
bullshit.
statuses.
Blatantly bullshit. Like there's no world in which the white person's race matters in that situation. If there's an actual conflict between those two people, the fact that the poor person is white flat out doesn't matter. The black person in that specific situation between those two specific hypothetical people, one person is like they're completely different material classes. You have the owning class, the ruling class. This person happens to be black versus the subordinate class, and that person happens to be white. Now, there are people, like you said, who will assert that the white person has a power over the black person. And I'm asserting that that person is saying the equivalent of white power. They are essentially regarding the minority person as fundamentally weak in certain ways. And I think that it's very hard to argue against that point because, again, they have no material basis for it. If you continue to pursue the logic, and I've been in arguments with many people who have ultimately said these types of things, if you pursue the logic, there is no material basis. And thus, being there is no material basis, the human mind connects the dots, and the material basis in that person's mind, whether they want to admit it to themselves or not, is the race. The black person in this certain way is weaker than the white person. In their mind, like justified by all of the things that they've heard about history and all of the things that are, in my opinion, legitimate. But I often think that those people end up in a position where they just argue that no matter what, that black person is weaker than that white person in some way. And to me, that is essentialist. That is essentialism. It ultimately assigns strength based on race. And I don't think I've heard people argue against it. I've heard people say, no, that's not it. And then you continually like, okay, we'll provide a material basis for the white person's power over the black person. And they say things about history and they say things about, they attempt to rationalize the viewpoint that white person holds power. But the fact is that white person does not hold power. Like, and again, we're talking about these very specific individual black and white people, a black owner of like a multinational corporation versus a white minimum wage worker. Their race doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And people who say that it does are telling you something that's blatantly untrue. And in order to make it true, in order for it to be true in their mind, somewhere deep in the recesses, the only real explanation is their race.
All right, so we're almost to GamerGate. I got one more question here before we get to that. Um, what do you think of The Culture
Which culture?
by Ian M. Banks, the books?
Oh, I don't know those books.
Oh my God, you need to read them.
Interesting. What is it? What are they?
Uh, it's a series of books about this fictional society, as you would expect from a fictional novel, I suppose. A series of fictional novels. Each book is sort of its own story, but they're all set in their own universe, basically. Um, and it's a like post-scarcity society where it's like borderline anarchist, but like I guess like some democratic elements because like they do have a referendum to go to war.
Mm,
Um, but essentially everyone can do whatever the fuck they want essentially, and
okay.
there's a lot of artificial intelligence that is highly advanced, and they have equal rights, and so do aliens. Like think Star Trek, but even better. But it explores it's Star Trek, but they're interventionist actually. Let's think of it that way, and they're also more libertarian. They're more libertarian than the Federation, in the sense of anyone can do whatever they want, and it's post scarcity. Um, but and they they actually believe in a sort of benevolent interventionism, where in
Okay.
some cases they think that it's better to, which I actually agree. In some cases, it's better to intervene. Like I support Ukraine. We can talk about that if you want, but they
I'd
believe
rather
that
not.
they think that they think that in some cases it's better for more advanced civilizations to help lesser civilizations develop and grow. And they also believe too that some cases when you're faced with certain threats, like in the first book, I'm not going to spoil anything, that violence against an outside party is acceptable. And but they're mostly like a pretty libertarian people. And I
Right.
agree with
Right.
this is sort of like my ideal world. I'm
Right.
but it's a phenomenal book series. I'm reading Accession right now. It's one of the like I don't know if it's one of the later books because I kind of skipped a couple of them because like
Hmm.
you don't have to read them in order because like they're all set in the same universe but they're completely independent stories.
Oh, so they're not like a sequential
No,
like.
no, no, no.
Okay.
Though they're occasionally they'll make references to things that happen in the other books.
There's a shared history, but they're not
Yeah,
sequential.
yeah, they're not sequential.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check
Consider
that out.
Phlebas is the first one, and it is great. It actually takes the Horza Gorbachev. He might have a third part of his name too, but he's a really interesting character. He's actually against the culture. So like what they love to do is most of the author he explores different things in different ways. So like every book is
Hmm.
like completely different. Um, but this is the first one. It's actually most of the books are set around characters who exist around the fringes of the society
Hmm.
rather than within the mainstream of the society. And
Right.
one of the main characters actually in the first book, there's like Perosik Valveda and there's Horza Gorbachev. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but he's actually against the society. So like his whole thing is that he's working against the culture and has like a very
Right.
strong ideological opposition to this sort of um, civilizational death of I don't know if you call it like civilizational death, but like the death of the spirit of humanity, of not of
Right.
humanity, but like the spirit of I guess sapience and sentience, because
Mm.
he doesn't think that this sort of pleasure, access to everything lifestyle is best. And so even though he
Hmm.
doesn't actually like agree with the people he's working with,
Hmm.
because they have a very diverse set of motives working against the culture, he
Right.
allies himself with this other force, we'll say, um, and tries to work against their interests, which is really interesting. Actually, he's a really I think a really well written character, and
Hmm.
even like the book I'm reading right now. One of the most interesting character, the most interesting character perhaps in the book is an artificial intelligence called Shoot Them Later.
Oh,
Yeah, and yeah. Anyway, we can move off this. I'd recommend reading the books.
it sounds interesting. Yeah.
Anyway, we're about to get into GamerGate. Do you need a break? Do you need to hit the restroom, grab a drink, anything like that?
I do need to grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, all right.
I probably should hit the bathroom too because I have a feeling that'll become a problem eventually. So
All
I'll be
right.
right back. Thank you for the opportunity for a break. But yeah, it's good. Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Cool. Peter going off. Tachyon going off on a book. True. All true. I better hit the restroom too, actually.
Okie doke. Hello. Whew. Can people hear me or no? I don't even know. Hey, Key. Okay, cool. I guess people can hear me. I can just stream to everybody. Yeah. So, how's it going? Hey, Key. I see you found the stream from my end. Glad that happened. We've been talking a lot about a lot of interesting stuff. Nope, can't hear you. How are we doing? Are we enjoying the interview so far? Is it going well? I know that I've probably said a lot of things that people haven't expected to hear out of my mouth because I know a lot of people here don't know me in in the way that somebody like Key. Key is somebody who I know from my Discord. Thank you, Key. Appreciate it. Whew. Hi, JT Vega. I figured you guys can hear me by now.
All right. All right. Are you there?
Hey, yes, I am here. I've been interacting with the chat a bit.
Cool. Cool. Anything interesting?
No, I was just seeing how what people thought of where I'm coming from, or trying to, anyways.
What do you think of how the pro GG people have been responding? Not that everyone in my audience is pro GG necessarily. Some of them are anti, some of them are neutral, but a lot of them are pros. And also on Twitter, I know Oron and a couple other people I think were tweeting at you. I think Gamer Scholar. I don't know if he technically identifies as pro GG. I don't know him really, but too well. But what do you think of how they've all been like super receptive? Or I don't know, maybe they haven't all been, but to this
I
development.
think I think they're generally pretty receptive. I've noticed the people who actually see what I have to say are generally a lot more receptive of. Like you said, you watched my video on Sweet Baby, and you said it was a very normal and fine take. There are a lot of people who think that my takes are just absolutely batshit insane, and I think that they're the people who don't actually spend the time finding out what my take is. Generally, I think they just let my reputation precede me and attack me based on whatever they think I'm going to say. So basically, everybody who seems like they've actually engaged with what I have to say either is accepting of me or doesn't really have an opinion on me and is just basically fine with whatever.
All
I
right.
have found. I like the people who there are a couple of people that I wasn't aware of, but they seem to be aware of me through Gamergate. I've had a couple of responses with people trying to be like, "You had a fake girlfriend," or something like that, or bring up the nut kick as though that like. In all honesty, the nut kick thing, it's hard for me to feel insulted by.
All right. Well, hey, I know we've kind of did this at the beginning, but the first question on the list is tell me about your GamerGate experience.
Well, yeah, I think I kind of did answer that in the beginning. I think like I said, I kind of went through a period like I was introduced to Gamergate in a very odd way by somebody who was pro Gamergate but was very uninformed and very angry and was calling for me to denounce somebody that I didn't even know who they were, and I generally have regarded that as a sign that somebody is not necessarily on the right side of history. Just a little hint for anybody in the future: know what you're talking about, and don't demand that people just like denounce somebody that they don't know. That's a good way to and this goes to left, right, anybody. Like that's not a good place to start from, and that informed my entire experience with Gamergate and put me, in my opinion, on a propensity to believe the side that I think ultimately was more in the wrong in terms of who they were defending.
So I've had a weird, to make it all about me, of course. I've had a weird change over the course of, well, I've had multiple changes over the course of my life. One of which was like this adoption of like this extremely honest approach to life,
Yeah.
which I think has actually worked out really well. And it's in fact, I think it's worked out extremely well.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
because like yes, you're gonna be put in situations, or you're gonna like a situation sometimes where like being honest might piss somebody off. But the thing about the honesty is it's always better in the long term. Um,
Absolutely.
absolutely, it 1,000% is. Actually, I read a book by Sam Harris called "Lying." Actually, I didn't read it. I listened to a pirated audio version of it. But um, Sam Harris is a cool guy. He believes that anyone doesn't who can't afford something should have access like information should have access to information even if they
Mm-hmm.
can't afford it. So he's like he wouldn't care. That's like his philosophy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it sort of like changed my life. And I decided I was going to adapt radical honesty, and I have been for I don't know when exactly. The past couple of years at least, or past year and a half maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, there's situations where it's like, oh, well, me being honest kind of hurt somebody's feelings a little bit, but in the long term, I'm not keeping track of all these lies. Like, oh shit, did I see it by people I know in real life, people who I like, you know, and they're always
Mm-hmm.
getting dogged by these lies that they keep telling, and they got to try to keep track of them and trying to like try to convince other people to lie on
Oh
their
man.
behalf now, and they end up creating these vast network of conspiracies,
Yeah.
and they have to keep track. And then of course
Absolutely.
it usually falls apart on them. Um, Not right away, but 6 months, a year down the line, oh shit, a partner found out about that thing that happened, or
Mm.
whoops, you know. But if you're honest, you
I'm
don't
a
have to worry about any of that shit.
I'm a firm believer in 12-step programs. I believe that they're very, very good, and they also preach that same principle. Just generally uh, not lying, like trying to be honest with yourself and with people around you. I think that that's an important principle for life because without it, you're in a state of constant anxiety, and you're having to. I mean, there are situations where I think everybody ends up in that kind of a situation. Like I have had to do that at workplaces before, and it creates just endless amounts of anxiety. And that's why I think a lot of people don't want to stay in certain jobs, because they're in a situation where by necessity they have to do something like that. Um, I've had jobs like that in my past. And yeah, no, I'm you sleep so much better when you don't have to
Well, I
figure
don't
out.
sleep well at all, but like that's an unrelated issue, I think. Uh,
I sleep like a baby nowadays, but I think that I don't sleep enough. I still am fairly tired a lot of the time, and I eat well. I exercise. I don't know. I think maybe I just like my nickname on I was on radio right out of high school for a short period of time on a morning show. I was the stunt guy doing stupid things. That bled into my national identity, but my nickname on that was Sleepy Pete because it was a morning show, and I would always show up. I had to get up at 5 in the morning to be on that show, and as such, I would always, for about the first hour of the show, be basically dead as I was consuming some caffeine beverage of some kind, and I got the nickname Sleepy Pete.
yeah,
And
good.
well, I think that it's an accurate nickname.
I would. The lying thing, I would slightly caveat it. Of course, because like if there's a situation in which using violence is justified, then lying is justified. It's like when the Nazis come to your door asking for
Absolutely,
where
there
are the
are.
Jews at? Are
Yeah,
they in your attic? I don't think you have to tell them yes.
exactly,
But
exactly.
also too, this is something that Sam Harris brings up. Though I disagree with him. I think he thinks that it's okay. Or well, I don't know. He raises this question basically in the book. He's
Right.
like, well, what if you have an unjust law? So like the cop asks, hey, did your friend do weed? And you're in a state where
Hmm.
weed's illegal. I think saying no in that case is justified because the state is actually
Oh,
enacting
I
violence, an
completely agree with you.
unjust violence against that individual. Um,
Completely agree with
so
you.
I think that like lying to protect this individual from the violence of the state, I think is justified in that case.
But that is also a
But
different
that's like an
thing.
extreme example.
Yes.
That's an extreme
And also,
example.
again, like in the example that I talked about, it wasn't my radio job, but I've had jobs in which I've had to keep certain things to myself and keep certain things straight. And that is a very stressful situation. But I would not compare that to whether or not you're going to turn somebody in for an unjust law. you know?
Yeah. Well, and also
I think
sometimes, God,
no, go ahead.
sometimes the honest answer is I don't want to tell you, and that's perfectly fine too.
Well,
To
yeah,
many any query almost.
that's the thing. If you're not allowed to not say like your opinion, then there's still a problem. You need to be able to abstain from a conversation if you want. I don't think that I don't think that forcing people to say the whole truth every single second of the day is necessarily the remedy for what we're talking about either.
Right. Well, you shouldn't lie to people, and you shouldn't deliberately mislead them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for your own gain, like in a selfish situation as opposed to like resisting an unjust law or protecting somebody. Like there's harm that can be done purely out of your own greed. And I generally don't talk about like greed or anything like I know that a lot of people think that a communist is like the greedy capitalist. I don't actually care about greed at all. But I do think that they're in a more like individualized like interpersonal situation, thinking about greed and those types of things are actually valid thing. Like, are you exerting a negative motive on someone else? Like, telling the truth could actually be doing that too. Like, it's really, if we're talking about individual and interpersonal interactions, there are some times where telling the truth is a hurtful thing to do, and you don't do that. But like again, that's not the same thing as just endlessly having to keep a bunch of lies straight. That's maybe not saying something that doesn't need to be said.
Yeah. Anyway, the lie thing, that was the whole honesty thing. That was a whole sidebar. I actually had this whole other thing I wanted to bring up instead, but that's one change I've undergone. But the other one is, and I'm still trying to figure out how I want to navigate this, but I don't have strong opinions on like 99% of things because I don't know enough about 99% of
No,
things.
well, see,
You cut out. I can't hear you.
Flagrant, the podcast Flagrant. Can you hear me now? Are we
Uh,
good?
I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
hear you
yeah.
now. Yeah, go ahead and restart. Sorry, I
Okay,
couldn't hear anything you said except for flagrants. That's all I heard.
okay. Are you familiar with the podcast Flagrant?
I am not.
Well, it's a podcast hosted by comedian Andrew Schultz. It's not always a good podcast. I'm not bringing it up because I think that it's great or anything. But he made a decent point on it recently, and the only reason I even know about it because I saw a smaller clip of it. But he was talking about how, in order to be like a decent person and have friends, and interact with society in a normal capacity or productive capacity, even you can't know everything about everything. Like it would take all of your time. You would never not be researching something. It's not possible. Like it's physically, there's not enough time in a single person's life to understand everything. And that means you probably shouldn't have an opinion on everything because you don't understand everything.
Yeah, no, I agree 1,000%. Like, I do have, but I also you can't live in a world where you can't have so I used to think like, well, I just won't have, I'll just be neutral on everything that I don't know about. But then I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
well, shit,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm a voting citizen, and in a a
Right.
democratic society, it's important that we make decisions. We can't be paralyzed with indecision constantly. You have to have a balance. Um, but I think you shouldn't be married to your beliefs. I think that like I have like if you ask me on guns, I'm like yeah, I'm like probably like generally more pro gun, I guess. But like I'm
Mm-hmm.
not married to like that belief necessarily.
Right.
Um anyway, I think it's important to address this in chat. I don't know this person necessarily. Okama man in the chat says to tell the truth, it is hard to forgive. I know you've changed your ideas, but it's hard to forgive being called all these names. But hey, time heals all wounds. What do you think of that?
Well, I don't know Okama Man off the top of my head. I will say if I've ever insulted you, I apologize, and I don't intend to randomly insult you again. I if there is something specific between us, you're welcome to approach me in some way.
Well, you have people
Um,
blocked on Twitter, by the way, because like
yeah,
the
and
the block bot.
if you are
The
blocked, find some person to say something to. Like,
or join my Discord because Peter's in there, and so am I.
yeah, I'm in Tachyon's Discord. If you need to be able to contact me, and
Link in the description.
have you blocked on Twitter, it's not because I remember who you are. For one, like I don't. I had block lists on my thing, and I don't know who is blocked and who isn't. So, um, what was the last point you made? Because it was
It
something.
was about strong opinions, or well, we had to have some opinion in a democratic society
Right.
because it's important that citizens be engaged, and because you can't be an expert on everything, you have to make decisions to some extent about policies, even if you aren't an expert on that area.
I mean, it's different when you're engaging in, like, let's say a voting situation where also uh, just in our little hypothetical, let's say your vote actually matters. Um,
I think your vote does matter. I think people should vote. I think people should do more than vote too,
well,
if they have strong views.
that's not really what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is it's important to at least when you have a bunch of multiple choices, at least trying to make the right decisions. Like to me, if I say yes or no and yes or no has an effect, like I should be able to abstain, but it's probably good for me to at least try to understand the situation to the best of my ability in terms of the best of what fits into my life. I think that there's a threshold for being comfortable with actually like saying, I know enough about this to make a decision. I don't know enough about this to make a decision. Um, in terms of like having strong opinions or not being married to your position. I think that I try to live basically on inductive reasoning rather than deductive reasoning. Does that make sense? Or do I like
Please
does
explain
it
that really quick.
So inductive reasoning is when instead of stating a conclusion and then working towards it by gathering evidence or what have you, you gather the evidence and come up with the conclusion based on the evidence. Deductive reasoning is where you state a conclusion and then attempt to prove it. And both of them have their uses, but I try generally to attempt to live inductive reasoning. I don't try to state a conclusion and work towards it, but rather I try to know as much as I can and then develop conclusions from that.
Well, let me ask then, Peter, because obviously you're talking to the GamerGate book guy. Well, I shouldn't. I'm not the GamerGate book guy. There's also James Desborough. He wrote a book as well. I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
poo-poo his effort. I think I'm not ready yet. I actually had a copy. It was in my car, and I guess I had the window down at one point, and water damaged the copy, and so I've not. I had to throw it out. Very sad. I've not got a new copy yet. This has been several years. But I like James as a person, and so I'm sure he probably did a great job. So I'm also working on a second GamerGate book. Anyway, fuck. One thing about telling the truth a lot is you have to caveat everything.
True.
Oh, also one thing that's changed too is I take into account, and maybe I've always been like, I don't know, but like one thing that's too is maybe you've noticed this, Peter. This is way the fuck off topic, but I think it's important that you take into account like the interests of a huge number of people, especially who are relevant to the story at least, right? And so like
Sure.
I've tried to do this as a journalist, insofar as I am one. Journalism is an action that people perform, I think. So, but like when I covered the
there are a lot
Saltier,
of people that consider me a journalist. I don't put forward that I'm a journalist, and I have people call me a journalist all the time.
So did you see my video on the saltier than crate controversy?
I did not see it, but
Basically, so the Andrew doll? He was a GamerGate guy. He's a YouTuber.
I want to say yeah.
Okay, you might have seen his stuff, but like, anyway, he got banned on Reddit. Huge fucking story. You could watch my 36-minute video or whatever it is on it. Anyway,
I will watch it. Yeah.
if you like, what would you think? He got banned because of basically this online community, not even like not the community itself, but members of the community. Basically wanted to fuck with him and mass reported him, and they even admit to this. Now, what would you think? Me, I interviewed the Andrew doll. I know him. I wouldn't say we're like friends because I'm like pretty professional online.
Right.
But like I like the guy. He's a cool guy, I guess.
Sure. Friendly.
Yeah, friendly. Friendly. So,
okay.
How do you think I would handle the situation? How would I investigate and report on this story?
Well, are we talking about like how would be best to?
How do you think that? How do you think that Tachyon blew the guy who was a part of GamerGate? How do you think the guy and who knows Andrew doll and has like a generally positive impression of him? Like, how do you think that I would cover the story if that's all the information you had about me?
I would think that you'd cover him vaguely positively, but I think that if I know you well enough at this point, I'm not saying like I know you very well or anything, but I would guess that you would also disclose that relationship, and therefore it would make a lot more sense. You know what I mean? I feel like it's not a situation where I'd immediately make a judgment based on what I know of you now, as now that we've interacted quite a bit. I don't know. It's tough. If I were to just go based off of
pro GamerGate, relatively friendly with the person, has interviewed them for their ongoing project, and like has connections with other communities that this group doesn't like. Those four things.
And this guy is pro GamerGate or
yeah, he is/was pro GamerGate. Yeah.
Well, you would guess that it would be a fair interview.
No. Me covering him getting banned by this community or by these individuals, I should say.
I'm having trouble with this question, I think.
Just watch the video at some point. Anyway, basically,
okay. I will watch the video.
I managed to make the video in such a way that, like, even though I clearly condemned the actions, well, I don't give my opinion until the end. But
right.
I just lay out the facts. But I'm like getting requests for comments from like all the players involved, and like they're actually talking with me. I'm sure they strongly suspect I'm going to fuck them over. Because, like, that's
Right.
how a lot of people operate. But even the people who I think did bad stuff, they're even like, wow, you actually covered that pretty fairly.
Good. I mean, that's good to hear. Like, that's how that should work.
Yeah.
That's what, as we said, what journalism is.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not, everybody who is put under the category of journalism is doing journalism, I get put in the category of doing journalism based on, I think, my books. I don't know. I don't consider my books journalism. I consider them research projects, certainly. And I do think that they're extensive, and I think that they're very well sourced, and I think I do a lot of work on them, but I don't know. I do have people put like every time I go on the radio, they typically say stuff. They say like, "This is journalist Peter Coffin," and I don't know whether that's because they don't have something to call me or not. But yeah, I do think that maybe the label is sometimes a little overused. But what to me it sounds like you're doing is journalism in that case.
Well, speaking of including a diverse array of perspectives, Okama man did do a follow up. He says, "No worries, man. Like I said, it's not good to hold on to negative thoughts for too long. Ha ha ha. My comment was more of a comment on the reception and the people who can't forgive."
Okay, sure. I to me, I don't hold on to resentments, or I try not to hold on to resentments. Anyways, I'm sure that there are some that I hold on to, but I don't generally. I don't. I'm not really aware of them at the moment. I've done a lot of. I've done inventory on those, and I've tried to resolve it. Um, except for obviously where it would not be possible or it would bother somebody or whatever. Um, I personally, I agree with that quite a bit. I don't think that it's good to hold on to the resentment. I think that it burns you up inside and it sucks. As such, like I said, I don't really hold on to any resentments from Gamergate. I can remember things that I certainly didn't enjoy, but like I don't hold on to resentments from the anti-Gamergate or the Gamergate. I do think that like both are worth criticism, and I think that the actual purpose of Gamergate, the actual like grievances that a lot of people, when people said there's it's about ethics in journalism, I think that most people who were saying that really meant it at this point. I don't know that that's what it ultimately ended up about, but I think that that's what people wanted it to be about. You know?
You kind of answered the next question. Shoot. Can you define what Gamergate was?
Well, I think it's really tough to just like give out a definition on it. If I was to define it, I would call it just kind of a community of people that had a specific grievance towards. Well, I think that might be even a community of people that maybe anti-establishment, a community of anti-establishment gaming people that engaged in conflict online in 2013, 14.
Whoa,
And
13. That's
somewhat
before
15.
Gamergate.
Well, 14, sorry. It's actually pretty late for me at this point. This is
Oh, by the way,
I'm usually in bed at this point.
we're only on
So,
question 2, by the way. We've got
yeah, I
over
know.
3 hours. But we
Yeah,
can do it
so
part 2. We're going to
well,
have to do a part
let's
2,
keep
are we?
going for a
Yeah.
while at least.
Well,
Like let's see how far we can get. I do not mind doing a part 2. But if my brain ends up being like totally fried, I think it would be better for us to delay. As it stands, I just don't remember. I said the wrong number, and I do apologize for that. But um, I think I'm fine for now.
so ethics. So if you asked me in 2015, well, I got involved in Gamergate in 2015. I got involved in the spring of 2015. Um,
Yeah,
but if you asked me what Gamergate was, I would tell you it's about like ethics in games journalism and creative freedom.
yeah,
And I cared more about the
Sure.
creative freedom stuff more personally. But
Right.
but like today, well, I'd have to give two answers, right? I'd have to give like my professional findings as a part of this book project, which I'm actually not going to do because I'm still collating the data on that. Um, do you remember that massive fucking survey I made you fill out? I don't know if you did it or not, but
Didn't even get through it all the ways.
okay. Well,
If I'm completely honest, I
anyway.
will try
Actually, no.
to
I'm
at
sorry.
some
Wait, I'm
point.
sorry.
But
I'm lying to you. I'm lying to you. See, I'm a liar. They caught me. So, the survey's unrelated. That's a separate thing. I'm doing two different types of data collation. I'm doing
Mhm.
the survey data collation, and then I'm also doing a separate set of data collation based on my good faith interpretation of how people answer the question I just asked you. Can you define what Gamergate was? And
Sure.
so, based on my good faith interpretation of what the fuck they answer, that's what I'm going to go with as what Gamergate was probably when people ask
Right.
me in the future. But I haven't input all the data yet. I've only input 4 so far.
Right.
So we're
Right.
data deficient. So I can't tell you what Gamergate is because I don't fucking know yet. Anyway,
I think that a
personally,
lot. I think it's very difficult to define.
yeah, but we're gonna have a definition by the time this is through. Or it will be like so mixed up that we won't have a definition still. But I think we will. But also I don't have a representative sample of the Gamergate people. I thought I did it first, but
Hmm.
I don't know if
I
that's
mean, it was
true.
a lot of people. It was probably
Well, I don't think
thousands
that
of
you can
people.
base. Yeah, you can't. Well, I'm told by Brad. Well, I'm told by Brad and by other people that I don't have a big enough sample. Even though
Well,
because I've only what it's like what like well so like it's only what 50 plus people or whatever. I don't he thinks that you need a bigger sample if you want to try and but I don't fucking know. Either way, fuck it. I think it's fine. Whatever. Anyway, personally for me now today, I think it's what I've taken away from all this shit is that it's about ethics in life. I just want to live in a fucking ethical world, you know.
yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't not want to live in an ethical life. I think that a lot of the hurdles to that are stuff that ultimately wasn't addressed in Gamergate, and that's the kind of stuff that, and I don't think it was addressed by anti-Gamergate. And I think a lot of the hurdles, like I said in my tweet, I really do think that individuals kind of received the hyper focus of it. It was driven primarily by the individuals at the top of this side versus the individuals at the top of that side, and I think that was to actually fix the problems put forward, whether it be creative freedom or ethics in games journalism. I feel like you have to consider where the actual power of those people comes from. What is it? Perspective, or a perception, rather? Is it some kind of hard ownership of some institution or wealth or what have you? I think that there are roles that are created, and if we knock somebody out of the role without addressing what the role is and what it does, the next person who comes into the role, they could be good, they could be bad. But if you actually address, like, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said, it's fine to talk about, who lied and who engaged in, giving free publicity or positive press to somebody with a pre-existing relationship. I think that's fine to mention who individually did that, but ultimately it has to be something where the institution, in this case Kotaku, implements consequences and prevents it from happening in the future. And I think that ultimately just got that, like, if there's any criticism I have for Gamergate itself, it's that wasn't the razor focus of it, was creating a demand for that specific thing, the abolishment of the tolerance for that kind of an action, as opposed to what it eventually turned into, which was, I think, rooting out dishonest individuals and getting rid of them. And I
So
don't know. Go
go. I
ahead.
want you to finish your point because I'm about to nuke this whole fucking stream.
um, I think that it turned into that just because I think that the focus wasn't on individuals. And to be fair, I would also say it's not necessarily that everybody understands how everything works either. I think that there were a lot of people who were, like young, probably teenagers, who were seeing how this works and just assuming that yes, it is really just about having better people in the positions as opposed to creating roles that that belay themselves to corruption.
So, if you ask me during GamerGate, like actually we don't have to ask. Like, I didn't like talk about like the literally who people too much, like Anita, Zoe, Brianna. I
Mm-hmm.
did talk about them sometimes. I I held like a mix of fuck. Like Zoe Quinn, I think I probably had like a slightly negative opinion towards. Um, Brianna Wu, I had like a slightly negative opinion towards, and like Anita Sarkeesian, I probably had like a more negative opinion on those two people, and then like Anita Sarkeesian, I actually had like a neutral opinion on during
I
GamerGate,
have
I
a
guess.
fairly I have a fairly neutral opinion of her as a person,
Well, what about the
but
well?
she has
You don't care about
opinions that
plagiarism, so
I disagree with a great deal. I have opinion. There are opinions like when she started talking about how Mad Max Fury Road was like celebrating violence. It's like, yeah, of course it is a fucking action movie. Like, shut up.
well, let me explain why I didn't view Anita. This is maybe foolish of me, and maybe like a little bit infantilizing of me. Maybe it's because I was sexist. I don't know, and it's only because she was a woman. Uh, but like, I didn't view Anita. So like, Brianna Wu and Zoe Quinn are internet people. Okay, these people fucking know what the internet is. Okay, they've been on there for a long ass time. Zoe Quinn's a held up
Uh-huh.
person on something awful. Okay, um,
Right. Yeah.
they know their way around the web, if you know what I mean. But Anita
Yes.
Sarkeesian, I didn't see her that way. I saw her as more of somebody who like kind of had to like find out how to use the internet as she did her project.
I mean, to be
And
fair,
so
she
I
comes
thought,
off that way.
yeah, yeah. And so I thought, you know what?
She
She
still comes
probably
off that way.
she.
To be completely fair,
So
like,
here's what my perception was. My perception of Anita Sarkeesian is, I thought that I didn't even think she was lying about GamerGate necessarily, like as in that she was deliberately dishonest. Whereas I did think that of Wu and Zoe. I thought that Sarkeesian didn't really understand the internet, and so she assumed that like, oh well, the GamerGate people disagree with my opinion on some stuff, and I'm also receiving some like genuinely mean messages. Um, I could just assume that they're the same group of people, and so that's what I thought it was. I thought that she, not understanding the internet, just assumed that everybody who disagrees with her is GamerGate, which is kind of how she treated it. uh, but like
mhm.
I thought it was honest on her part. I thought that she just genuinely didn't understand that
I
there.
kind of think that you're not completely wrong with how she interacted with it.
Yeah, that
I
was my
think that that's
perception during
pretty.
GamerGate and up until recently. Now I think maybe she was more dishonest.
I don't know because I still see her as that kind of because I like when she um when she posted herself in a wedding dress for her birthday and had a wedding themed birthday. I feel like that took a certain amount of naivety to consider doing it all.
You're the second person to bring this up, by the way. I didn't even know about this until I heard about it in the book interviews.
I don't know. I just to me that and I'm not saying this to even like be critical of her or anything, but I don't know how she didn't think about how
Whoa,
that would look.
hang on. Dark spined Ben. Um, I'm gonna remove that message. We don't allow speculation in the chat on if somebody's transgender. Okay, that's a warning.
Hmm.
All right, please go ahead, Peter.
Hmm. Oh, I just this is not a criticism of her for doing the wedding dress thing. But I don't understand how she could have come from like the amount of experience that she has had on the internet and thought, you know what? I'm not going to get any shit at all for doing this. Like I feel like it was a naive thing to do, you know?
Well, so part of it's not. I don't know. Like, am I infantilizing her by saying? Because I don't. It's not a gendered thing. Like, I don't think this of other people, just her specifically. Um, and you seem to think so too. That like she doesn't understand how the internet works, and so like in her head, GamerGate is everyone who disagrees with her. Like she's like the protagonist. Okay, I guess it's because like if you're conceited in a certain extent too, like because she doesn't face pushback ever, or she, not that she addresses. Um,
I
like
think she
she's like the
comes from a
hero of the
very different
story.
world.
Yeah, she's from
I
a
don't think
different.
she,
That's exactly it. It's a different world. It's a different
I
world.
don't, I like she treats like even feminist frequency and all. It was a nonprofit. It wasn't like allegedly a business of any kind. It was a like an academic thing. Like it mirrors what I understand of how academia works and how the sort of nonprofit industrial complex works. Like they are sort of an ideology factory, and I think that she comes from a that area, and I think that they all have very specific expectations of how things are going to work, and I think that that's I don't know if I'm being charitable or uncharitable in saying this. I think that it's probably in some ways charitable, and probably in some ways uncharitable because I'm not really particularly fond of academic people. Like there is a small number of people that in academia that I consider good, very small number of people. I can count them on my hand. Um, I'm not fond of it, but I also like I have some degree of empathy for having expectations and things not actually being like those expectations. Like I said, um, to bring up what I said about how I was exposed to GamerGate initially, um, my expectations were nothing like what I think a lot of people ultimately perceive what they were doing during that era. And that goes for either side. I think that a lot of people very much thought things were very different than they actually were. I think Anita was a very high profile person, but I've always gotten that vibe. She just comes off as naive in a kind of an alien way almost, you know?
Yeah. Now, now the nuke. The nuke.
Okay. Are we
I've
going
had to.
back to the list of questions?
No, we are, but I gotta drop this nuke. Well,
All
we're
right.
gonna do the question number 3 soon, but it's ruthless to people, or ruthless to systems kind of people.
Mm-hmm.
I know a huge amount of information about Brianna Wu,
Mm-hmm.
more more than I'd like, if you know what I mean. And I've interacted with Brianna Wu. We had a conversation the other day about the Sweet Baby Inc. controversy,
mm.
and like the Brianna Wu of today is not the Brianna Wu of 10 years ago. She's changed, I think, for the better. And she's open to talking with GamerGate people now, and is even making friends with some of them. She considers Alex the Hatman Baldwin, the former top moderator of Kotaku in Action. She considers him a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Short Fat Otaku. I don't think she calls me a friend, not at all. Um, but you know other people as well. PSA Sitch. I don't know if she calls him a friend, but like they talk.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Becca to Krabs. Like so she's like trying to like get into good graces of the GamerGate people and
Sure.
build bridges with them, which I think is great. I think it's admirable. But she still doesn't recant things that I know are false about her story.
Mm. Mm.
But and I think she needs to. I've talked about this publicly. It's not the first time. It's not really a nuke, except for that you're here.
Sure.
I think she has to
I've
come
had some
clean.
interaction with her. I don't really. I'll say I don't mix well with her.
Well, of course you
I
would.
will
She's like
say
a
that.
neoliberal like me. Like her and I on politics agree probably on a fair amount.
Yeah, she that super PAC thing that she was doing
Did you see my
a
video on that?
year or so ago.
I'm the
I
one who
didn't
broke
see
that
it. I
story, by the way.
knowing that you
Well, I
have a
didn't
video,
break
I
it,
need
but
to see
like I
it.
was one of the people.
I'm interested in what you had to say about that. I will definitely watch
I
that.
interviewed Counterpoints, her podcast co-host. Him and I are on good
Right.
terms, by the way. He's great.
Okay.
Well, I don't like know him personally, but like he was. I think the fact that he agreed that transparency was the right way forward, I think that was great, and I don't have any issue with him personally. You know, I didn't streams and stuff to him.
Sure,
Anyway,
sure.
so anyway, I know a huge amount about Brianna Wu. She probably lied about fleeing her home, and
Right.
she probably harassed herself. Well, I mean, she created posts that could be perceived as harassing herself, and she
Right.
forgot to log out of her account. Or, well, that's not her story. Her official story on that is that she wanted to guide all the harassment into one place. That's why she harassed herself, quote unquote. And then she
Right.
did create sock puppet accounts to harass the GamerGate people. Well, not to harass them. That's going too far. To troll them and to pretend to
Right.
be a GamerGate person and fuck around. Um, so like this is all true information, and she even
Okay.
admits to the sock puppet thing. But she says it's satire. That's how she defends it. And she almost certainly didn't flee her home. I got a huge amount of evidence on this. I can send it to you if you want. It's all public info. None of it's docs or anything.
Sure, sure.
But So do we just say what happened?
Yeah. I mean, look, yeah, it's probably just best to say whatever
Okay.
we're
All
talking
right.
about straightforwardly.
All right. All right. So Brianna Wu, she creates the troll account, Bro Lols, this troll account, the sock puppet of hers, and she
Mm-hmm.
trolls the GamerGators, but she gets caught, or I don't know if she got, which she acts as though she got caught, but she says, yeah, it's my account, but it's satire. That's what she says.
Mm.
Um, then there's this weird account that pops up, this other sock puppet, but nobody knows who it is,
Mm.
and it says death to Brianna Wu. That's the name of the account,
I remember that.
and it tweets out an address that presumably is hers. I'm not going to link you to that, of course, but
Sure.
she then likes and retweets these death threats that she's getting from this one account, and she says
Mm.
that she's fleeing her home. Now, I've spoken with somebody who knows Brianna Wu, and they say, well,
Uh,
she used to like and retweet mean comments sometimes, because like she wanted to either put these people on blast or like provide evidence that she's getting harassed, right? So like I don't think that liking and retweeting the person that's threatening to kill you is necessarily like indicative that it's your account or anything like that. I mean, it could be, right? Um,
sure.
but
I
but
remember
then
people suspected it was her.
it
I
could be,
remember that pretty
and
specifically
she
even.
does admit to using sock puppets during that same time period. Um, but I don't know if
Okay.
it's her or not. I'm not going to speculate on that. Anyway, she then says she's going to flee her home, and she's homeless, and this is a whole story that she was homeless for weeks, or months,
Mm.
or I don't know how long exactly. She kind of dropped this whole part of the story. I think because maybe people found out it wasn't true. Anyway,
Just a woman and her bike.
she's she's homeless during this period of time, and she goes to New York Comic Con, but she was already scheduled to speak there, and she had announced
Okay.
publicly that she was going to speak there the weekend that she fled her home.
Mm.
So, and she even tweets out at the convention, like, "Hey, I'm here. Who wants to hang out?" The weekend that she fled her
You know
home.
what you do when you're afraid of people.
So then so basically, yeah, so and then she does a media tour. She tweets out a bunch about how she's homeless and it's horrible and all this stuff, right?
Right, right.
And then she does a bunch of media interviews from her house. Live
From
streamed
her
interviews.
house.
Yeah, 4 of them between October, well, and I got the exact dates written down. I don't know, just pull up the
Mm-hmm.
file. I'm sure Brianna doesn't like me talking about this. Um,
Probably psyched.
so
And I'm
anyway,
also I'm not spec. Go ahead.
She does media interviews on October 13th, 14th, 27th, November 11th, and December 9th during this period that she was supposedly homeless. She does these interviews from her home. And her explanation for this is that she fled her home, but she came back and did the interviews, and then she fled her home again. So she was only in her house during the interviews and no other period during this 3-month period. I just don't buy the story. I can't buy it. It doesn't seem like
Uh,
something that somebody would do.
I could just to play devil's advocate. I could see somebody doing that if they had no equipment somewhere else. Maybe I could see somebody going, "All right, well, I'm just going to quickly go into my home but I don't know that I would do that personally. Like, if I felt
Well,
that
to
I
be
need to
clear,
leave
she
my
didn't
home.
provide this explanation for a decade. She literally just said this for the first time like a month ago, as far as I can tell. Her explanation.
Oh, okay. Well, I will say this. I would not do that. I would, if I were to leave my home because I felt that I was unsafe there, I would return not to do anything. If I needed equipment out of my house to do things, I would go to my house. I would maybe go to my house. I'm not going to say I would never go back to my house during that time period, but I would not go there to perform things, but rather to get things out of my house, to go to another place and use those
Right,
things.
right. Like that would make more sense, I think.
That would be as close to that as I would do.
But look, I
If
don't
I
like.
were, yeah,
It
I don't,
feels
I
it
like it.
feels shitty to be like talking about this because like I don't think Brianna Wu's like a moral monster necessarily.
I don't
Um,
think she's a monster, but I
I
do
don't.
think that sounds a little, it doesn't match up, let's
Yeah,
say.
it
I
just
don't,
it doesn't match up.
the
It's
thing,
theoretically possible. It's theoretically possible. I don't buy it though.
it's certainly possible, yes. But I'm gonna say this, like, if it's not super mega like important. It's not even really like, it doesn't make her evil if indeed she did lie about this. But it would definitely, if she did lie about this, it would probably be good to not any like, to cop to it. Like, that wouldn't be a bad thing. I would think it would help her in terms, because it does seem a little not what when people start talking about common sense and what like I would do if I were in that situation, I would not go to my house to spend a bunch of time there if I considered it unsafe. Would I go to my house to pick stuff up out of my house?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
that's
probably would
totally
have
different.
to.
Yeah.
I
Well,
probably
you
would
would
not.
have to. You have to get clothes. You got to get food. You have to get like maybe a laptop. Right. There's certain things. Right. 1,000%.
Yes,
You
and
got to
you
go
can do
back.
that. You can do that 15, 20 minutes,
Yeah.
right? And then
Well, it
that is
depends on
not
how much you're
really
gathering, but
sure, but like generally you would do that in a manner where you spent a minimal amount of time in your house because you feel like you're unsafe in your house. That's the reason you left your house, right? So,
I should add
I,
too, but this doesn't really matter because we know what really happened. She says that she says, "Well, look, the reason people believed my story about fleeing my home is because I had a receipt from the hotel I went to." But she went to the hotel at New York Comic Con, so like where she was already booked weeks in advance. So like I don't like that doesn't prove anything.
no, it doesn't. I don't know. Like
Unless
I said,
unless unless the receipt, maybe she still has it. She can prove it right now. We can just get this all over with. But maybe
sure,
the receipt was for like maybe she booked it for like 3 months. We don't know, right? It's possible.
maybe. But like I said, if she's lying about it, it's not the worst thing in the world, which makes it a kind of, it would be, I think, not the worst thing to come clean on. I think it would actually be better because, like, again, I don't think that if this is something that she's lying about, it's just, it was 10 years ago, she's trying to come up with an ad hoc explanation for it and, said all of this stuff a month or so ago just because she wanted to put
Yeah.
something on the record because somebody asked a question or something. It's not really that big of a deal to tell the truth here,
No,
I
and I
don't
don't
think.
think even most people would care because like already
I don't either.
a bunch of people already know that she was really dishonest about some stuff during Gamergate, and they don't care. They're like, you know what? It's water under the bridge. So like all you got to do is just come clean. It's just you got to adopt honesty. And look, if you do have the receipt and you were in that hotel for like 3 months, show it. Just or
Yeah.
something. I just
And I'm not trying to,
just
like,
show it to me
again, I'm not,
personally. You don't even have to post it publicly if you don't want to share that
sure.
information. And then I'll look.
And
If you got that receipt and it's legit, um, and we can. Well, how would we verify it's legit though, right? Because anyone can make something in Paint, right? Um, well, we could. Well, there'd be some record, right? Presumably, like the
I don't
hotel
know.
would have a record, right?
I don't know.
Or I don't know how long they keep their stuff.
Yeah, I would think that would probably be not possible at this point, unless, like, I don't really know what hotels do
Yeah,
either.
I don't either.
Like, that's not something I can answer.
Well,
But
I
I
don't know how
can
long they
say,
keep the records. I know some about the hotel industry, I should say. But
I guess, like, to me, like, it's not really that big of a deal one way or the other. So why, if it's, again, like, the only reason I even speculate about on it is just based on what I would do if I were in that situation.
the reason she doesn't want to come clean, I think, is because she thinks that like her whole career was based on this one thing, and like she's partly right on that. But like the fact is, like
It's
it
over
doesn't
though.
matter.
Like
Plus all the
that all these
anti-GamerGate
events
people don't
happened
even like
already.
her. The yeah, like
No,
Gamer
no, they
Gazi,
like
they don't like her. Like so,
no,
like
they hate her.
yeah.
They hate
So
her.
well, not maybe not everybody there, but like a large portion of that
I
community.
don't. I'll say this.
I don't
I
hate her.
don't hate
I'm
her. I
look.
don't mix well
I've
with
treated her with kid
but I
gloves.
don't hate her.
I've purposely tried to be super polite and super kind and super defensive of her all throughout this project and outside of this project, even though she's been like
Mm.
kind of mean to me actually. Like really, you guys don't know all the behind the scenes stuff. I'm not gonna share all that, but like she's been kind of mean to me. But I don't think she's like a terrible person. I don't want to see like her life spiral out of control and her life be destroyed. So I've been like super careful how I talk about this. But like the
Sure.
fact is, I'm pretty sure she lied about this. I'm not 100% sure, but like if I were a betting person,
Right.
you know, and
Well, I get where you're coming from on it because certainly if I put myself into the shoes of somebody who's fled their house, I know what I would do. That's the only thing I don't know. There are people who act somewhat irrationally. Like I'm not going to say that it's impossible that she thought she was unsafe in her house, but also thought that these interviews were far too important not to do in her house. I don't know. There are people who think irrationally, so I'm not going to say it's impossible. But
and look, you
also,
shouldn't just take
would
my
I
word
do
for
it?
this
It's
shit.
no.
Let me send you the receipts. It's not docs. None of it's docs. It's all public, except for the one thing was docs. But I don't link that. In fact, I don't even have a link to that myself personally because I think it's disgusting. People shouldn't engage in that kind of behavior. So I don't. But everything, all the public info, I'll send you.
All right. I mean, I'll say it's not really of major consequence to
No,
me.
but
I have a
I should
feeling.
be able to back up the claims I make.
Right.
Here you go. Hey, look, she never, I don't, to my knowledge, she's never officially placed an end date for when she said she fled her home. So,
Right.
like, maybe by December but she went back to the same house, though. So, I
Sure.
don't. But, I mean, like, maybe she felt it was safe again. I don't know. But, like, yeah.
She might have thought, yeah, I guess.
But then, like, why'd she flee again after the interviews?
I don't know.
I don't fucking. But, like,
I'll say, like I said,
yeah.
I do think that it's possible that maybe it was just irrational thinking on her part. I would lean towards it's not what I would do, and I don't think I would deviate too far from what I would do in a situation where I legitimately thought I was unsafe in my home. I know like how you would rationally think from that position. But again, I don't want to say anything like mean about her because I don't really know her. I know that in the past I haven't mixed well with her. But also same time it's whatever.
Yeah, it's not whatever, right? Because like her claim that she still sticks to this day is that the GamerGaters are evil fucking misogynists who drove her from her home. Now she's moderated it a little bit. She used to say that we were terrorists. That's what she said on ABC News. But now we were misogynist harassers.
Well,
but it's not fucking true, and we probably never. Well, I don't think we quote unquote drove her from her home. But like the fact is, her claim.
Right.
And like even if she wants to fucking modify it, let's say it's true. Let's say all the shit that she says about fleeing her home, it's all true. She did go back and do the interviews because she thought it was important. Let's say that's all fucking true. Okay, fine. We'll fucking say it's true, okay? But you gotta stop saying that we're misogynist harassers. We're not fucking harassers. It's
See
bullshit.
that I wasn't really taking.
And we're
that
not misogynists either, but
really
like she's dropped the misogynist part. I think I don't hear her talk about that regularly. She talks about the harasser part though. It's not true. It's fucking not true. And like even if you want to say, look, some of the GamerGate people harass me, fine, that's fine, but you can't use these blanket fucking
Yeah,
the
no, that's
GamerGaters
not. It's
did
not
this to
fair
me.
to the
It's not.
entire. Like again, it's thousands of people. Like you
Yeah,
can't just say. No, I agree with you on that. I think that that's. I
and
wasn't really taking that into
she can
account. It's
keep her
more
fucking
taking into
story.
account like.
It's not even incompatible with her story. She just needs to be way more specific and be like, some of the GamerGate people did this, and some of
Yeah,
them
it's
are
not
good
fair to
people who
everybody who
didn't
didn't
fuck
do
with
it.
me. That's
Yeah,
what she
it's
needs to
not
do.
fair to everybody who didn't do it.
That's why I'm frustrated by the whole situation, and I've been
I
frustrated for
get you
months.
now.
And I'm interacting with her, well, not anymore, but because I don't think she wants to talk to me. Um, but for a while I was interacting with her, and like I don't dislike her as a person. Even it's just
Uh-huh.
well, I do, I guess, because I think she's lied about huge numbers
Well,
of people,
yeah,
including
I
myself.
think it's
But
fair to say
I don't
it
like it.
seems like
I
she's
put
been
her
dishonest with
on
you.
like a on like a scale of people I dislike. She's like a 3 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10.
Right.
It's not that low.
Right. I get you. I see. I was just coming at it from the perspective of she was just saying this stuff. I didn't really realize she was still saying I
Yeah,
was harassed by the entirety of Gamergate, like just not specifically sort of painting with that broad brush. I
yeah.
don't think she should be doing that because
Anyway, do you, sorry.
obviously, you can't say all of
Well, she doesn't say all
these
necessarily. She says that like
people
some
who,
of them were
just to
good,
be
like the
frank,
Hat Man, who she's friends with, or what she calls him a friend. Um,
yeah, but that to me that sounds like it's making exceptions
yeah, it's
based
making it's
on
exactly. She's making exceptions and saying, "Oh, these are the good gamer gators." It's not.
yeah. I don't think that's fair to do because I would say like it's more incumbent to provide proof of when people do something to you than when they don't do something to you. Like you can't prove you shouldn't have to prove that somebody didn't do something when you're talking about a large group of thousands of people. I think that that's not fair personally.
Anyway, anything else you want to say about Brianna Wu before I actually move on to the Gamergate questions?
Well, if I ever have to talk to her again, I don't hate her or anything. I know that I don't mix well with her, but I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from with her. I know that she has had problems with things that I've said, and I've had problems with things that she's said. Um, I don't I don't really regard her as that harmful of a person. I guess there's something about her that like it just doesn't click with me. Like I'm not compatible with her.
Yeah. Well, I view like Zoe Quinn as like a sociopath. I mean, I think everybody does now, except for like her diehard defenders, right? Um,
Hmm.
given like especially after the Al Coloca stuff, you know. But there was way more evidence before that. Just the Games Press tried to cover it up. I think
Hmm.
that she's like I'm not a psychologist, but like this, I was afraid, Peter, to even contact her to ask her to be interviewed for this book. Okay, because I'm like this person's gonna ruin my life because she does that to fuck. She tries to ruin everybody's lives. There's
Did you
so many people.
contact her?
Oh, I did. I contacted her like 4 times.
Did she ever contact you back?
Under the name Zoe Quinn, no, but I think she might have contacted me using an old sock puppet on Reddit. But it wasn't to agree to be interviewed. Let's just say that.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know it was her for sure. So, but it was right after. So let me tell you what happened. It was right after the Cole Nasrallah interview, and this was
Hmm.
obviously a huge story. I'm the first person
Hmm.
to interview her, to my knowledge. It mostly went under the radar. Some forums talked about it, a couple bloggers at the time, because she
Hmm.
made her claims publicly in 2014, but it mostly went under the radar. And Encyclopedia
Hmm.
Dramatica, she said, talked about it a little bit. But anyway, I interviewed Cole Nasrallah, and I get this weird DM on Reddit from this account that was 6 years old. No post history, but it had a lot of karma. So it had posts in the past. And it said, "Why do you hate me and want to destroy my life?" This was the same day the video dropped.
Hmm.
And
Weird.
then the account, and I said, "If you are who I think, please de-anonymize, or please provide evidence, and we'll talk." And
Hmm.
then
Hmm.
the account was deleted.
Well, that sounds like it was who it was. You know.
It sounds like it was, but it could have been a troll who like saved this account for
Well, yeah,
use
who's
just to fuck with
intentionally
me
trying to make the
for six
account
years.
look like it was, yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. Who the
do
fuck knows?
intentionally suspicious looking activity. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
don't
You
know if it
don't
was
know.
her, but yeah, it's kind of a weird thing that happened. Anyway,
I mean, yeah. No, that's
But
weird.
I don't. I think
It's
Brianna Wu is
weird,
just
but
optimistic. I think not optimistic. I think she's opportunistic. That's what I think. I
I
don't think
agree
she's
with that.
actively malicious. I think that she sees an opportunity, and because of the media really wanted, they desperately wanted this women being harassed story, in gaming, and so I think she just
Yes.
sort of made this up.
I
Maybe not the tweet. Maybe the tweet was legit. The whole death of Brianna Wu account.
I
I don't know,
think
but
probably enough happened that she could show to them that
and she
it looked.
exaggerated it at least.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
she
think enough
exaggerated it.
happened. Probably enough happened that she was able to make a case that the thing she was saying was true. I have a feeling maybe even in her mind it was true.
Well, she
I don't
says
know.
that she doesn't remember much of what happened. That's what she says today.
I'll say like there's a lot that I don't remember that happened, but I do remember a lot of uh weirdly specific things sometimes. I don't know. I don't like to me that seems like a big event that you would remember what happened.
Well,
Th-
Hatman, the pro GamerGate person, Hatman, he doesn't remember things too. He says he had a mental health episode and he blanked out huge parts of his memory. He says,
Mm.
I don't know, but
Well,
that's what he says.
a
And I
lot
don't
of
think he's dishonest. I like Hatman. I think he's
no,
an
I don't
honest
think he's
person.
dishonest. I don't think that that makes him dishonest either. I would say the thing that prevents me from remembering anything is just the fact that it's 10 years ago. That's a long time, you know. There's a
Anyway,
lot of stuff that I don't remember from my life that wasn't traumatic in any way, or didn't reveal some kind of, lie about what I believed personally, or didn't believe, or didn't, get a bunch of people angry at me, either on the GamerGate side or the anti-GamerGate side. Ultimately, it's tough to. I don't know. We're imperfect, you know. It's not something. But I will say, I think I would remember if I did leave, if I did return to my home to do those interviews, I'd remember that. I'll say
well,
that.
that's her story, right? She says that she returned to do them and then left.
Yeah, I'd remember if I did that or not. And
Well,
I
that she
don't know.
does
I don't
remember. It's
know.
the other aspects. Like she's vague. She's like, I don't remember certain things, but she doesn't say what exactly. Well, I
Oh,
guess she doesn't remember them, right?
I don't know.
Anyway,
Yeah,
oh, the reason I brought this up is like it's been so difficult. Like this has been the most mentally difficult thing, perhaps, trying to navigate how
sure.
the fuck I want to talk about Brianna Wu. It's been a really difficult
Well,
struggle for me because I want to be honest, and I think that her story has holes, but I don't think she's a bad person, and it's just I don't know.
yeah, I don't think that she's a particularly harmful person. I think your assessment of her as an opportunist is correct though. I think that that's basically what she is.
Anyway, we're in the next section now. Gamers are dead.
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself a gamer? If so, what does that mean to you?
Um it really depends on what we're saying. Um if we're saying a person who plays video games, then yes. If we're saying an identity, no. Because I don't like taking on consumer identities. I just it's something that I do not. I'm very. If you my critiques on how things work, I think that they foist identities onto us in order to control our behavior in various ways, and I think that that's a vector for getting consumer behaviors, buying, stuff like that. I for me, gamer is a word that means one who games. And again, if that is what a gamer is, somebody who plays video games, yes, I'm a gamer. But if like we're talking about identity, which I think we kind of are, I don't agree with the whole gamer identity. But you'll also find that I have probably a different opinion on what all of those articles about gamer identity and ending it were actually about as well.
Well, we're gonna get to that in a
Yeah.
second. On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days. Also calling. Actually, this is an old question list because I don't interview that many neutral people anymore.
Sure.
I've changed the wording for the pro gamer for the other ones for the pros and maybe the antis. I don't know. I've
Right.
tried to make it more neutral sounding because like calling for an end,
Hmm.
I think it should be we're perceived as calling for an end to the gamer identity. That's more neutral framing. Anyway, let me re-word the question
Sure.
because I fucked it up. On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles in the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles and other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, also calling for an end to the gamer identity. Do you have any thoughts on these articles? That's how it's written in the neutral question list.
Right. I do have thoughts on them. I don't think that makes any sense to publish. I just flat out I don't understand it. Like you, because these were mainly gaming publications that published. Am I right?
Mostly, yeah. Well, one was a blog. What's his name? Dan Golding, and then like a couple like non-gaming sites did too. But
But like the higher profile ones were gaming sites because that was, if I remember, I thought that this was an odd thing to do. I just think that it sounds very pushy, and my personal beef with consumer identity is not about like people saying I'm a blank, I'm a gamer, I'm a vegan, I'm a whatever. My beef with it is how they transform something that is ultimately like a thing we do or a trait of ours into our entire being. I don't like that. I think that that's a problem. But that's also not what those articles were talking about. They were, if I remember right, very surface level, very, and please, correct me if I'm saying anything incorrect about these articles. But I remember them. I remember at that time, even though I was on the I don't like GamerGate side, I did not like these articles. I never, like when people would ask me about them, I would not positively mention them. I wouldn't talk about them because I was like, why? What is the point of this? What are you trying to get at? I feel like they were just kind of like, it's almost the same thing as what the Sweet Baby Inc. thing is. Like, is it really a bad thing to, think about diversity in games? No, it's not. But there's a way to go about it that is true to life, and there's a way to go about it that is what Sweet Baby Inc. does, where they start talking about how all of the mainstream gamers are picky babies who cry all the time and hate whenever anybody gives something to them that they didn't explicitly ask for. And it's like, well, what are you saying this stuff for? Why are you saying, hey, people who consume my product, you suck? Like, I don't get that. I don't, it's such a blatantly like antagonistic move to do. And then the fact that it was the same day is also very weird. Like, yes, I'm sure to some extent, at least a couple of them would have been done based on a sort of trying to get to a topic that they see another outlet doing. But I don't think that you can do 10 of them on the same day and say that that's what it is. I don't think that's how that works. I think people don't have the same idea and cover the same thing. I think that's weird, and I think that it's antagonistic for no real reason.
right, well, and what's interesting, like so, like obviously, if there's a news story, 10 outlets covering it is one thing, but this wasn't. This were opinion pieces.
It's not. It's an opinion piece. It's
It's
not a news story.
that's what's. I think
This
that's
is
what's telling.
an op-ed essentially. It
Yeah.
is not.
Well, not an op-ed because
It,
I used that phrase incorrectly in the past too. Apparently, op-ed means you're opposite of the editorial team.
oh well, that is not what I thought that meant.
Apparently,
However,
let me double check because I don't want to spread fake news. But it is well, according to Wikipedia says GamerGate's a harassment campaign to destroy Brianna Wu's life and drive her from her home. So I don't know if that's true either. But according to Wikipedia, an op-ed is a short newspaper column that represents the strong, informed, focused opinion of a writer on an issue of relevance to a targeted audience. Wait, what the fuck? That's a different definition. Was I wrong? I
well,
thought
that
it
was
meant
the
opposite
definition
the
I just used.
editorial. Yeah, that's the definition you use. So was I spreading fake news?
I don't know.
I
One of
thought
us
it
was.
had to be. No,
Maybe it
look,
means.
no. Harvard University has a different definition. Wikipedia is wrong, unless Harvard's wrong. Harvard says an
Well, if
op-ed
you
piece.
remember, Wikipedia doesn't have to be truthful. That was the NPR lady saying that
Well, it
recently.
doesn't. All they need to do is be able to cite a quote-unquote journalistic source or a
Yeah.
website, right? As long as they can cite like a journalist who said it, it can be in
Mm-hmm.
there. But anyway, here's what it says: an op-ed on. I'll link it so that we don't.
Sure.
Not that I would lie about this, or like why would I? But it says an
Yeah, it's
op-ed
I
piece
don't
derives
not
its
trust you
name
on this one.
from originally having appeared opposite the editorial page in a newspaper.
Interesting.
Today the term is used more widely to represent a column that represents the strong, informed, and focused opinion of a writer on an issue of relevance to a targeted audience. Okay, so it looks like historically it was only used in this one context, but it's since been expanded.
It means both things at this point. It
Okay.
seems like. But either way, it's an opinion piece. It's not journalism. It's the opinion of the writer as opposed to
You cut out.
or uh, object, I guess, would be the other thing
You
that you
cut
could
out.
report on.
The last we heard, it represents the opinion of the writer, and then it cut out.
As opposed to objectively reporting an event or an object.
Yeah. Why do you think they
So,
wrote these articles? Oh, do you have more to say? Sorry.
well, why do I think they wrote these articles? I think, again, this is the same reason why I think that these outlets wanted the Sweet Baby Inc. thing to turn into Gamergate too. I do think that even though this was much earlier on in the attention economy, at this point they did know that engagement was the metric by which they were able to measure attention, their success, whether they were using attention as their goal or not. Engagement has always been like your metric for success on social media. And I think that they know and knew at this point that if they got people arguing with each other and they were at the center of that argument, that spreads their name. And ultimately, if people are arguing about them, it doesn't really brand them any specific way. At least that's what I think that they're thinking. I think that it was, in a lot of ways, a means to be talked about, to be noteworthy. And I think that a lot of things are done for that reason by a lot of these outlets. Because, I mean, even back a decade ago, a lot of these outlets were really worried about where journalism, I guess that's not the right word because I don't really consider these outlets journalism personally. But the press, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. A lot of these outlets have a lot of people who are worried about the direction of the press because they have jobs in this industry, which was at that point, I think, even more. I think people were more worried about the precarity of the industry at that point. At this point, I think they're aware that it's extremely precarious, and that's just part of the operating assumptions. But at that point, like, there were a lot of people that were very worried. Is Twitter destroying journalism? Is Twitter destroying? And obviously, people had an inflated sense of importance who were using the words journalism to talk about what I consider hobbyist reporting. I think more or less most of these outlets are a version of Nintendo Power for various different demographics. Fandom magazines like Kotaku, Polygon were kind of for gaming for wokes.
Well, Polygon advertises themselves as that. Kotaku doesn't officially.
Yeah, but they are. I mean,
well, yeah, de facto, they pretty much.
Every time I see a Kotaku article, I'm just like instantly annoyed by it because I know that it's attempting to pander. And the thing is I don't even have to disagree with an article if I know that it's trying to pander. It pisses me off. Like if I feel like I'm being pandered to, even if I agree with the thing, I feel kind of angry about like it. I don't know exactly why it is, but I'm bothered by it. I don't know.
Kit Astro sent me another link. It says that it's written an opinion piece written by someone who's not employed by the newspaper or magazine and stands for opposite editorial. Okay, so it looks like this
Okay.
is a definition that's being disputed like actively in the world. I
Yeah,
personally, you
sounds
know
like
what?
there's a discussion.
If it does indeed stand for opposite editorial, and that was the original definition, I think it should remain that. I think you can just say opinion piece if it's not opposite the editorial. I don't know. What do you think?
Either way, like
I like
I'm
concise
perfectly
language.
comfortable calling it opinion piece
But
because
I
that's
think
what
it's
it is. I
cool.
mean, it's
I
just
think
people's
op I
opinion.
think I think opposite the editorial sounds cool
Op-ed
though, doesn't
sounds
it? It
awesome, to
sounds
be fair.
awesome. It
Yeah.
does sound really awesome.
I love saying op-ed. It does sound
It
cool.
rolls off the. That's why people are changing the definition. They all know it sounds so cool, so everyone
I
wants to
just want to
call their thing
say
an op-ed.
op-ed, man.
Exactly. But you're not. But unless it's opposite the editorial, it's like I
Yeah.
personally, I personally, I feel like. I feel like sometimes broadening definitions doesn't need to happen. I feel like we could just keep it op-ed. But I don't really have any skin in the game. I don't really care, except my personal preference.
Yeah.
Why is op-ed
Well,
cool? What makes it sound cool?
because it sounds like a word itself, I think. It sounds like a word that was made for the thing that we're referring to. Like opinion piece is two words. We know that we know what an opinion is and we know what a piece is, you know? And you're describing it using two different words. Whereas with op-ed, it sounds like a single word and we all know what it's referring to without
Well,
having to.
apparently we don't, though, right?
Well, I mean, you and I both know what we're talking about here, but yes, like in terms of precision, maybe not necessarily. I don't know.
I don't, man. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I should do with this because I'm asking you questions from the neutral question list, which is so far out of date. I feel like the pro GamerGate and even the anti GamerGate lists are better because I have done some updating of it over the past 6 months, but it's
Hmm.
it's it's so out of date. Like the next question isn't even what I ask anymore. It's do you think there
Right.
are some negative aspects of gaming culture?
Well, I mean, there's some negative aspects of every culture, so it's kind of hard to. I yes, but like that. If I say yes, I think I'm saying something that's true of like if I were to say no, there are no aspects of gaming culture. That's kind of an absurd answer because there's no such thing as a culture with no negative aspects. I don't know. Yes, I think there are some negative aspects of gaming culture. I think that gaming culture um could be a more actually like I'm using the word consumer as to denote the people who are not making the games and selling the games. I do think that the culture of games could be more consumer driven, and I'm not saying that as though I mean I think that the outlets, developers, and publishers need to pander to the consumers. I think consumers should be in more control of things. I think that the people who are on our end of the gaming, as opposed to the developer end of the gaming or the publisher end of the gaming, it would be nicer if we had a little more control.
By the
And I
way,
think,
oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I thought you were done. No, no, please continue.
Go ahead. No, I don't have
By the
anything
way,
else
I'm a
to.
little bit sad, people. I know you're watching this stream. I got a bunch of retweets yesterday when I tweeted this out, but I didn't get any today, except from well, by you, I guess I did. But remember yesterday? I think even like even some famous people like Ash Short retweeted our stream that got cut short.
Yeah,
Um,
Vito retweeted it.
yeah, but today it's because I don't pay for Twitter, so Twitter doesn't boost my stuff. It only got 70 views. Can you believe this? So I hate that you
I
have to
pay my
pay for
Twitter
Twitter.
and
I hate
I
that you
pay my
have to.
Twitter and I don't get a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but really,
I
you don't.
pay my Twitter tax.
So, but yeah, if you feel sad, actually, you know what? Wait, is it legal? It doesn't violate Twitter TOS if I ask people to retweet something?
I don't think so.
Well, hey, I won't ask them to retweet it. I'll just say, hey, look at this tweet I made. How about that? There we go. Look at the tweet I made.
Engage with it.
Games journalism. What do you think about games journalism?
Well, I don't think there really is games journalism. That's that's what I think about it. I think that there's very little um actual journalism being done in the video game industry. I think that that's I don't think that I also don't think that it's like necessarily important that there is, you know, let's say Kotaku didn't represent itself as games journalism. I would be fine with that. The problem is that they have either intentionally or passively, via not resisting it, have allowed themselves to be considered games journalism. Like I said, I have people who, like, when I go on the radio, they introduce me as a journalist. I kind of, yeah, I let it slide when they introduce me, but if they bring it up at all, I'm not really a journalist. I'm a YouTuber. I am a author. I'm very diligent in my research, and I do care a great deal about what is true, but I don't feel like I consistently do just like journalism. I'm trying to make entertainment, and I think that that's fine. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But I kind of wish that these outlets were branding themselves as that. I do wish that Kotaku said, we're not games journalism, we're not journalism, we're entertainment. Because, like I said earlier, I do think that they're all kind of their own version of Nintendo Power for different groups. Not necessarily for Nintendo fanboys, but like I said, you've got woke gamers. They have their magazines or outlets or whatever. And then you have the same thing for the anti-woke people. And this is often why I say I kind of think woke and anti-woke are two sides of one coin, because they tend to do exactly what I assert that GamerGate and anti-GamerGate do, which is sort of keep the focus on a narrow set of issues or individuals that keep the heat off of institutions. And that's kind of I don't really, to not get off track, I don't really think there is games journalism. I think there could be games journalism, but it would involve talking about a lot of economic stuff that it seems like very few people are interested in running an outlet that talks about it.
Okay. Well, first off, I just realized. Did you know that right now Kotaku is trending on Twitter? So is
I
Stargate,
did
by the
not
way.
know that.
Yeah.
Start?
Stargate, baby.
Interesting.
I just checked because I'm like, oh boy, are they making a new show? But it's Joseph Malozzi. He's awesome, by the way. He's sharing more outtakes from the show. He does this all the time.
Hmm. So,
But anyway, I want to push back. So Nintendo Power for different groups. I think that's great. I think it's fine. That's
exactly.
narrow.
I
That's
think
narrow
that it's
casting, right?
fine.
Like that's like I think it. Well, it's fine if they're honest, which Kotaku is not. I don't think.
That's exactly
But
what my
but
point
like
is.
if look if it was if there's if you want to have a woke gaming site, but you're honest, great. If you want to have a Christian gaming site and you're honest, great. And like Christ Center Gamer, for
Yes.
instance, that's 100% fine. You can cater to these different niche audiences 1,000% okay. I think it's okay.
Yes. If you
And you
call
can do
yourself
real
entertainment,
you can do journalism while being or can you not? Do you disagree? Like can you be a woke
uh,
publication or a Christian publication? But you just cover different stories, right?
it depends on what you're covering and how.
As long as you're honest, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I think that honesty is really the key here. I do agree with that pretty heavily. And but I don't think that a lot of quote unquote games journalism is honest. I don't think that it's really saying. I don't think that it's journalism. I think that it's mostly like entertainment reporting, or in a lot of cases, opinion spreading. Like gaming is filled with opinion pieces. A review is an opinion piece. It's not journalism. It's literally the opinion of the reviewer. Um, Journalism is uncovering truths and facts that aren't necessarily immediately noticeable or available to the public, and attempting to show things that are not shown. And to be frank, that's just not what any of these outlets do. Not one of them. Like, is it? Do I want certain people's opinions on a game? Absolutely, but it is an opinion piece. It's not journalism. It's not uncovering anything. And again, like I said, for one of these outlets to do journalism, I think it would most likely involve talking about a lot of economic stuff that none of these outlets are even vaguely interested in talking about. And to some extent, I understand why, because I think that it would be very difficult to sell that as a product. Like, we are talking about gaming economics, and that's it.
Why does it have to be? Sorry, I'll let you finish your point. But
Well, because
I
think that there's not a lot going on that you would really uncover.
Really?
I don't. I really don't. It's all it's economic. Like, I
mean,
that
like everything. Like it's like, what do you mean, like economic? Like, we should probably define that real quick.
involves either the ownership or interest of one party. I mean, you could probably. That's a tough question, because I think I'm defining economic pretty widely here. I'm thinking about interest that exchanges power in some way.
What is exchanges power?
Well, let's say an outlet, or sorry, not an outlet, but like EA Games or something. If they're using the fact that they're EA Games and that they have lots of power, weight, pull, whatever you want to call it, clout even, to limit, I don't know, and they do this to limit when people are allowed to review something, a review embargo.
Oh yeah, that. So what do you think of that? Is that bullshit? Should they not be allowed to do that?
I don't like that.
We're not
I don't think we
allowed.
should
Like,
be
it's
allowed to
like
do
a
that.
law, but like, do you think that, or well,
Yeah,
like, should there be a law?
it's
I don't
not a
know.
law.
Should there be a law against that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't.
I
It's
think
a
that there's
private industry. I don't think it should be a law, but
I don't think there should be a law, but I don't think they should do it. I think it's bad. It's bad taste. I think it, and they are using economic power to do it. That, to be
no, for
frank,
sure, because
like
they know that if they break it, they're not going to get review copies anymore,
exactly.
or access even
It,
to events or who knows what.
and I think that is where you would actually reveal things, where access is being revoked, where relationships are being leveraged, where those types of things are happening. In my opinion, that would be what you would have to do for journalism to be taking place. And most of what games journalism is taking, and when I say games journalism, I'm using the scare quotes here. It's taking information that a game publisher put out to the public and adding some opinion or twist to it that makes it uniquely your outlet's, and putting it out to your following. It's not journalism. It's just repeating stuff with flavor. It's
What about what I've done before, and what people like Short Fat Otaku have done, where we have a network of, and even some of the anti-GamerGate people who, like Jason Schreier, right? Where they have connections with certain developers, and these developers will give them information, and they run with this.
Do you mean information that like exposes
No,
something?
well,
Like
yeah, like oh the publisher gave me this, but like I'll reach out to I have a network of game developers who I talk with, indie devs and AAA, or yeah,
sure.
and so and sometimes anonymously, sometimes not, depending on how they want to do it. Um, but like in the short Taco too, like he broke a story, Saints Row, the failure of the latest Saints Row game, why that game failed and the various issues with it. That was exposed in part because of Short Fat Otaku, because he had he knew a developer on the team who was willing to come forward and talk to him. Like that's a real games journalism story, is it not?
But that's I mean, is that what these big outlets do? Like, I thought
Well,
we were just talking about outlets.
well,
Is there
Schreier
games
does
journalism
stuff
that
like that, doesn't he? Or
happens?
no?
If there is there games journalism that happens? Sure, yes, that exists.
Or actually,
But as a
I don't know much.
whole, I don't really broadly consider, you know, all of these outlets that would be called games journalism to be journalism. I guess is what I'm getting at.
Well, a lot of the stuff that they do is not. They're not acts of journalism. At least not like, or at least like they might like meet the technical definition in some way, but like they're not of value to society and to any
Yeah,
meaningful
well, I
extent.
think generally not uncovering anything. I think that journalism it's very much about uncovering things. Um, if you're not doing that, if you're not actually exposing something that is not publicly available, if you aren't showing something that the public doesn't have access to, you're not really doing journalism, in my opinion.
Oh,
Now,
by
that
the
may not
way,
be everybody's opinion.
I should say
Sorry,
something
what's that?
publicly. Uh, Earlier in a book interview, I was kind of harsh towards Short Feta Taco, because I thought he got something wrong in his video,
Uh huh.
and like he kind of did. Well, you could interpret it a couple ways. I think he kind of exaggerated something that happened a little bit, but anyway,
Sure.
I owe him an apology. I think. I've already apologized to him in private, but I should probably say something publicly too, since I said publicly that I was skeptical um, of something he said. But anyway, I'm sorry, Short Fat Taku. I shouldn't have been a kind of very. I shouldn't have been so dismissive of what you were saying. Though I do think you were exaggerating that one incident, and we talked about that. Anyway, that's all. Um, cool. Sorry. Did you have more to say on that?
No, no, I think that that's basically my definition of journalism, and I think most of what we would call games journalism is not actually journalism. I guess that's really my point.
How responsive to calls for reform do you think the games press was?
How is I mean, as responsive as anybody who like has a business model that they're invested in that you tell them to do the opposite of. They're not responsive. They're not going to be responsive. You would have to start you in order to have an outlet that purely does games journalism, you would have to um buy one of those outlets and convert it entirely to that, or B, start one from the ground up and have a lot of money just sitting around, because it would take a lot of money and you would make nothing but enemies if you were doing actual journalism. Because there is, in the games industry, a lot of bullshit that goes on. And it's when this is the thing that bothers me. Like when they start going after a company for bad crunch or something, that's journalism. Like that's a thing, but they don't harp on it. Like I think that they report on those types of things because they know they have to. It's kind of a barrier to entry type thing. I don't think that it's taken seriously. Um, and I also think that the public knows crunch happens. I don't think it's revealing something new. And I don't think it's I don't know. If I had exorbitant amounts of money, I would do things very differently personally. Um, I guess that's something that anybody could say, though.
It was the Doom thing, I should probably just say. Well, actually, the reason I put him on blast was two reasons, I guess. So, do you remember the cancel culture campaign against Doom?
No.
That's because it didn't really happen. Um, or was it Doom Eternal? I think it might have been the sequel. But basically, like 6 people on Twitter complained,
Uh-huh.
and Short Fat Otaku talks about this in his video, and it's like, well, like I don't know. I don't think like these like small handful of accounts on Twitter complaining is like that big of a deal.
Sure.
I don't think it's like a major controversy, really. I
No,
think
I
kind of
don't
like
either.
presenting it as if it were. I don't think that that's like entirely fair. But like there was a small, like a half dozen people did actually complain, and
I
there
mean, to
was
be
one
fair,
article
sometimes
on some obscure blog that complained about it too. I think.
sure, I will say sometimes it's worth reporting on something like that. Like if you're somebody in short fat otaku's position, just to show how crazy even a small minority's
Sure.
opinion
Yeah,
can
it's
be.
not illegitimate. It's just like you got to caveat that a little bit. I feel.
I do agree with that, but I think that there is a reason to highlight that from time to time. I do think
Sure. I mean, there can be
I don't
value in
have
it for sure.
certainly, yeah.
But the real reason I put him on blast, though, was well, I'm not gonna get into this. It's a whole fucking thing. Never mind. It's not even important. Um, but okay, do you want to talk about it or not? Do you know who he is?
Well,
Dev?
I'm starting to get. I'll say like it'd be better if we could keep on track because I'm
Okay.
getting
Well,
pretty tired.
so okay, I like Dev by the way, but I put him on blast like 6 months ago over something else. In addition to this,
Hmm.
both at the same time roughly. But I sent him an apology over because I felt like I could have handled the situation better. I kind of wanted to dunk on
Hmm.
him a little bit. I mean, I reached out to him first, and I'm like, "Hey, look, you got this wrong," and he didn't correct it because he's like, "Well, no, it was 6 people. It's fine. It's legit. It happened." And I'm like, "Well, but the
Hmm.
audience doesn't get the impression it was only 6 people."
Right.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, were there any games, journalism reforms you would have liked to have seen happen?
Oh, of course. Like I think I honestly think a lot of what I just kind of said would be what I would say there because I would love it if I think it would probably take a lot more resources because again it would make nothing but enemies. But I would really like it if there were actually well written, intriguing stories about things that we don't have access to as the gaming public, so to speak. I would like to see them actually do more work uncovering things. That is, I mean, I think that obviously takes a lot more than just like a reform, like saying, "Oh, we're going to start uncovering things." But that's what I'd like to see. Any reforms that could lead us in that direction, I would prefer.
Also, it was 7 tweets actually, and one article on a website called Game Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
I'll link you if you. I don't think it matters, but if you ever want to look at it, I wrote that at the time of his video.
Okay.
If you were the editor in chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were accused of ethical violation, sorry if I'm not paying as much attention during the games journalism stuff. I try to, but it's easy to get distracted because the fact is games journalism isn't all that interesting. Uh, I've talked about it too much. I've
I get that. I understand where you're coming from on that. I do have to say that I probably would based if I were an editor in chief of a gaming website and my
Well,
employees
hang on. I didn't finish the question, did I? Did I ask the full thing?
you said employees were accused of ethical
Oh,
violations.
what would you have done? Yeah.
Well, I mean, as the editor in chief, like, well, first off, what am I authorized to do? Like, editor in chief isn't owner generally. Um, if I'm allowed to institute uh, actual changes as to what is and isn't tolerated from the staff, I would do that. If I was not allowed to do that, I would probably begin making a ruckus publicly about it as an editor in chief. I think that would be a very different thing in terms of what people would expect And that would be but the problem is, if I were in charge of an actual journalism, like if the goal of something I were in charge of was to actually do journalism, it would probably not last, because I think I would create problems for whoever owned it. Now, if I owned it, that would be different. If I owned the outlet and I just had carte blanche to do whatever I want, I would say, you either don't, you need to take some kind of pay cut, or if you're not okay with, major changes to what we tolerate, I'm sorry, you got to go. Like, I would not, if I was allowed to own a website, make changes to policies, and actually direct the intent of the gaming website, I would probably, there would be actual consequences for any kind of ethical violations. Of course, those ethical violations would involve an investigation, proving those things before actions were taken. But that would be what would be important to me, personally.
Thank you. Okay, so we got a couple options here, Peter. I know you're getting tired. Either one, we can wrap it up now and continue next time. Two, we can get to the end of the games journalism section, which is an extra, 8, 10 questions. Well, actually, hang on. I can give you the exact number. It's 9 additional questions. Or we can wrap it up at the end of the hour in 12 minutes.
Let's
I can go either way. I don't care.
Let's go at the end of the hour. All right.
Okay. Do you think we'll get?
Because I'm definitely, it's almost 11 for me.
No, I'm getting a little bit tired
normally,
too.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go to bed, I don't think, but I'm gonna.
I'm normally out by now, if I'm completely honest. So,
do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world, and what does that look like to you?
I think there's always a role for journalism. It's just, I don't know if there is an incentive for it. Like that's the unfortunate thing. I think very much that there is a role. I think it's very important. Like, again, like, gaming companies aren't even the worst companies in our lives, and they have tons of secrets. Every one of them, every single game company is hiding something from you and me. And to me, making that public is important, because it very much would influence what we think about that company, what we think about what we're paying for. And ultimately, this is something that, it's not cheap. Video games are not a cheap hobby. A lot of us are not, rich or anything, and we're playing games in a manner where we don't necessarily have the money to just buy every single game that we want to try out. I think that there's very much a role for that. Like, if a game comes out, or is coming out for that matter, and there are, like, you and I both know when a game is coming, and we all have suspicions about how it is going to be. But they do everything possible to obscure, like, whether or not the game is good, whether or not there are microtransactions in it, whether or not there's DRM in it. They work so hard to obscure that kind of stuff. And are these alleged journalists spending time trying to actually get to the bottom of those things ahead of a game? No, they're not. That's not their job. They're not journalists, And I don't care that that's not their job. I don't think that there has to be their job. But if it's quote unquote journalism, that's their job. Like, they should be showing us what is and what isn't. Like, to be frank, I don't want to spend money on something that I have aspects hidden from me. I don't like that. And at best, a lot of people, the best that they can do is tell us after the fact that those things happened. These companies are aware of if those things are going to happen or not. And yes, It's going to piss them off if that information is exposed. But that should be the role of a journalist, is to expose that type of information, to be a consumer watchdog, to actually make some attempt at giving the consumer some kind of power in that arena. At least that's my opinion. Now, again, I'm not saying that everybody has to be a journalist either. I'm perfectly okay with entertainment. I think that that's fine. I don't need everybody to be a journalist. I just need them to stop calling themselves journalists.
I want to talk about. You talked about controversies and well, you talked about them having secrets in these games.
Yeah.
What about Battlefront 2 Classic Collection? My friend group was looking forward to this. One of my friends bought it. Um, Obviously, a massive controversy when it came out. Did you follow this
Yes.
story at all? Because they
I didn't
basically
follow it, Matt. I
they
know there
did
was. Go
basic.
ahead.
I again, I've not played it because I basically boycotted the game on purpose. Um,
Sure.
the multiplayer was literally unplayable. You couldn't even play
That's
it
right.
online,
Yeah.
and
No, I
they did
remember. I did
nothing
read about that.
to improve the game at all. Which, like, they should have done. Which once you
I
get into
mean,
just
if
making
you're
changes,
and
but like,
let's
but
be
there's
completely
value,
frank.
and there's value in them like adding like making it easier to mod and stuff. Like they should at least do that.
Sure. But let's be frank about what these two Battlefront games are. These are classic games. These are
Yeah.
absolutely fantastic games. And if you are re-releasing them with a multiplayer component, you would think, just based off of like common sense, that you are making some kind of commitment that that product is going to work. That's, in my opinion, games journalism. The point of it is to find out ahead of time, or what is going on. Like a journalist should be looking into it. A journalist should be finding out the progress of this thing, um the likelihood of problems, how things are being handled. And yes, I understand that requires relationships within companies, and it also requires, to be frank, risk to those people who would be informing you within those companies. And that's why I think it doesn't happen. Like, ultimately, we're getting, I guess, a dumbed down version even of what
Yeah, a
people
worse
like to call
version than the
access
original.
journalism.
Um,
Yeah.
but and then there's no cross play either, which really pissed me off. Plus, it doesn't work anyway, so it doesn't matter. But like even ahead of its
Yeah.
release, before we knew how bad, before we knew
I mean, it's a
how,
classic. These are really fantastic games.
yeah.
And to make the
Well, I've only played the
commitment,
second one, but it's amazing. It's oh my god, I still play it all the time on my Xbox, all the time. My friend group plays all the
same.
time. They come over,
I
we
have it
play in my living
installed.
room.
I have it on my computer. I have them modded for widescreen. And I love the Battlefront. They're fantastic games. They're just among some of the best games out there. And if you're re-releasing them, part of the reason you're re-releasing them is for the multiplayer component, to have a completely functional, non work requiring multiplayer component. If you're including that in the game, that's part of what you're committing to, just based on implication. And in my opinion, journalism would be uncovering all of what happened during that controversy as early as possible, as opposed to in retrospect.
Yeah, before the game comes out, that's right. I mean, but unfortunately, it's the access problem, right? Unless you know somebody on the dev
It's
team
access,
who's
exactly.
willing to risk their job possibly by talking to you,
Yep.
then but so can anything be done then? Because like that's sort of like the model we're under. Um,
I mean,
unless well, something right, you could have, and maybe we already have this right, with independent creators, but like you could do it with a
mhm.
website too. Like you could develop a reputation as a place where if a game developer comes to you, you're going to protect their anonymity.
Yes.
And if
I
you
think that
have
that's
that
a
reputation,
very,
then
yes.
then you might have a and some people do this, right? I mean, I've tried to do this too. Um,
I mean, you have individual creators who are very good about that. And to some extent, I read articles in which someone from a game company who speaks on the condition of anonymity does say something to a Kotaku or somebody like that, but it's often not like they're not asking real questions. Like it's something, again, it's also something after the fact. They track down somebody in a company after there's a controversy that happens, and they go, "Are you willing to talk about this controversy?" And they're like, "Yeah, if you don't put my name in it," which fine, that's all well and good, sure. But again, why don't you have relationships with these with employees in these companies who are willing to, because to be frank, the reason why an employee would do that is to put some kind of pressure on the company to make a better product ultimately in the long run.
Which, if it's their passion, if it's a passion for them, then they might want that. Actually, it's in their interest.
Yes, I mean, ultimately, like, there are a lot of people who get into game development because they really love video games. It's not just a job for most people, because they could get just a job in a lot of other industries that don't have brutal crunch. Like, brutal crunch is a fact of the games industry that a lot of other industries don't have. A lot of industries do have it. Like, there are industries in which you will work a lot of overtime in, and it is brutal. But you don't have to work in one of those. There are places that most people can get jobs in that pay similarly to games development, because games development actually, it can be high paying, but it's not automatically high paying. There are a lot of people that are in game development for the love of the game, so to speak. And I think that there are a lot of people who would use that as a vector to exercise some degree of their own will on a company that otherwise, I mean, let's say you work at EA and you're an employee there, you're not going to want to speak up. This would be how you would speak up in a manner that could potentially have an impact on the company. If controversies like the Battlefront controversy were found out ahead of time, before launch, before anybody could buy the game, it could potentially really damage the sales of the game.
Oh, and it should, because the consumers...
Exactly.
Well, dude, oh my god. My real life friend group, we play this game all the time, literally. It's like our go-to. This, and there's a couple others too. But literally, like, every week we're playing this game, okay? We're playing fucking Battlefront, usually at my place. And we're talking about it all the time. We're like, oh man, we can't wait. This is going to be amazing. It's going to be fucking awesome. And then we find out there's no cross-play. And then we're really disappointed about that, since we all have different systems. And then we're like, okay, well, it still could be fun, though. And we're still planning on getting it. And then, thank God, I waited for a release. Thank fucking God, dude.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. But it's such bullshit.
I mean,
but the consumer should know ahead of time, and the fact that, like, there was no indication. Well, there were no indications, except for, I guess, that this was going to happen. It was the easiest fucking thing too, either, because it's like they didn't make any changes to the game except for they made it 64-player multiplayer. That's the only change they made, basically. So if all you're gonna, and make it run on, well, in theory, make it run better on new systems, but
optimize it some, yeah.
But like, aside from those two changes, it's like the world's easiest thing ever, and they just completely, honestly, which company did this? Because, like, they should be put on blast for this. This is awful.
Is it Asper? I can't remember who did release.
Well, we should blame the publisher and the developer. Let's just look on Steam real quick. Asper. Yeah. Oh, they're both. Wow. Yeah, this just a fucking money grab. They really just wanted to fuck everybody over. Supposedly on Reddit,
it was Asper.
Some people say that the first update made it slightly better, but
well,
but
sure, the
it's
update
a broken
can make
game
it better,
on release.
But like, it's not just a broken. Here's the problem with
it's
that.
It's a scam,
even,
basically.
though.
It's a scam.
It's not even a broken game on release, because it's a game that it's like well over a decade old at this point. It is such an old game. To release it broken is absurd. Like, it's such a, like, if you're re-releasing it, that implies that you're doing a certain level of things to it. Like, you're making sure it works. Why would you release an old game with broken stuff in it. What is the point of re-releasing it when it's a game that was already buyable in a state ahead of time? Like, if you're not making it work better, what's the point? There is none. There's absolutely no point in re-releasing a game like that. One that you can already buy and play. There's no point. And again, like, it should be this type of thing. This is what games journalism would be. If you were actively working to uncover this type of thing ahead of a release, to the point where it seems like a risk not to release finished games.
Well, and part of the problem,
because
though, too,
they clearly don't think that's a risk at this point.
No, they don't. Which is why they well, actually, I don't know, with the level of backlash that this has gotten, though, it might. Do you think we're going to see a change? Especially if they don't make money on it.
If they're starting to patch it, yeah, sure. But I think that it's good that they see a change, but I don't think that they should. I don't think that they should have to change. I think that it should be a precedent that these nosy journalists are trying to get into our business and find out if we're releasing a shitty product on release day.
Yeah.
I think that should just be a standard thing that they expect and worry about, and therefore have the incentive to release a finished game when a game is released. These, again, are not cheap things. Like, the people that are paying them for these products are often giving up a lot. They are, whether their parents pay for something, the gamer themselves may not be giving it up, but the parent is. A parent, when I have kids, when we're buying games, it's not cheap. It's not a cheap prospect. I'm calculating
now.
Things.
At least,
I'm calculating, like, is this the right one for, like, this period of time? We will buy another one eventually. I don't know how long this one's going to last you, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I'm making those kinds of calculations, and for people who have a job and are buying games on their own dime, they're working for that money. Like, it's disrespectful of these huge companies to just be taking our money and giving us crap that they don't finish before they release. It should be a precedent that they have to finish their game. Otherwise, these nosy journalists are going to find out and tell people who could then choose not to spend their money until it's fixed. You know?
Yeah.
But there's the pre-order culture to maintain.
Is part of the problem, and again, I'm not a fucking expert on games. Well, I'm not an expert on games journalism. I'm really not. Like, I know some about games journalism because I have to, because of this fucking GamerGate shit. I've been talking about it for a fucking decade. Okay. Well, not really, because I took a couple years off. But basically, is part of the problem, though, is that if you are that journalist, whether it's YouTube or whether it's or podcast or traditional games press print on websites or whatever the fuck, and you get that story, you get that juicy story, you got 3 different developers who've leaked you different things that are showing you that this game's going to be a disaster, this big game that's coming up, and you got that info and you put that out there, and then like, oh man, the story is out there, and maybe for like a few hours you're the king of the world or the queen of the world, and then all these other sites just copy your story, and all these YouTubers copy your story, and all these podcasters copy your story, and you don't even get the money for it, really. Is that a thing? I don't know. And
it could be.
They might cite you, but, like, you're not getting, like, the ad revenue.
Well, I mean, if you're first on YouTube, often that is something that's rewarded on YouTube. So maybe in terms of video, if you're a video outlet or reporter or YouTuber or whatever individual, it could benefit you, because a lot of the times the first is the winner on YouTube. Elsewhere, I don't know. I don't really have the ability to say definitively one way or the other if that would. But then again, that's also part of the problem. We got a million different outlets that aren't doing journalism. Like, If everybody copies that story, sure, yeah, I get it, but like ultimately that's the point of journalism too, is it unfortunately, again, like I said, if you were going to do real journalism, you would need a lot of resources up front. And this is probably one of the reasons because again, is it a profitable thing to do? Like journalism, ultimately you're not doing journalism for profit. At least allegedly, that's not why journalism exists. Journalism exists because the public deserves to be informed on things that it spends money on or that involve it in some way, like governmental things. My voice is starting to go out, so I'm definitely gonna have
Yeah,
to stop
we're
talking
wrapping
soon.
it up for sure. We are on for a part 2 sometime soon, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Let's finish up this point and then probably go out for that. My voice is actually starting to die, but I want to try to finish this point. Um, that is, I mean, that is the point of journalism is to uncover what is secret, that is being held from the public that would affect the public, right? Like that's what allegedly journalism is supposed to be about. So the problem then is that journalism is for profit. That's ultimately the problem here, like that we're coming at. Like we need some way to incentivize journalism. That I mean, and that is the ultimate problem here, is it not?
To incentivize journalism?
Yeah, because I don't think that you could, if you can put up a story and it can be copied by everybody else, and it would be copied by everybody else to the point where you don't get the ad revenue, you don't get the, if that is indeed something that happens, then you can't profit off of it. Then what's the reason to do it? We have no incentive. We need an incentive. We need to be able to incentivize actual journalism. I don't know if this is the root of the problem, but I'm saying we're getting it. We're at least getting nearer to the root of the problem, are we not?
Well, I, dude, we could spend all. How do we create the incentives? But we can talk about that
That's really a big
next time.
question, in my opinion.
All right. Well, hey, Peter, I want to give you a chance here. Shout yourself out. Where can people find you? What can people find your work?
Well, you can find my books on Amazon. Woke Ouroboros, Segregation and Essentialism is my most recent.
Link in the
It
description.
is a yes, it is a Marxist critique of wokeness, which a lot of people think wokeness equals Marxism, and it's very much not. Uh, it's not even close to anything Marx said. But that was a project I worked on from 2018 to 2023. I released it last year, and it's a really extensive look at wokeness. I also have my YouTube channel, which is at youtube.com/@Peter or Peter Coffin. They all work to my knowledge. I don't know how they all work, but they all work. And then there is youtube.com/@ImportantDs, as in
D's
documentaries.
nuts.
The word, yeah, as in
There's a
D's
link in the
nuts.
description. There's a link in the description to that too.
Yeah.
Both channels.
So, and then finally, probably my Twitter, or actually, you know what? Go to my Twitter and join my Discord because I've got my Discord link on there. That's probably the best place to interact with me. Twitter is a clusterfuck,
Well, most of
and
my
I
people
don't.
probably have you blocked. Or you had them
Yeah,
blocked, rather, the other way around.
it may very well be that. Yeah. Join my Discord. I mean, we're again we're Marxists in my Discord generally, but we're the tolerant, like not shitty kind, and like to talk to people who are
I'm
not
there. I'm in
necessarily
his
in
Discord.
agreement. Yeah, it's not. We haven't been hostile towards you. In fact, I think everybody. I don't know
Yeah,
how much I've
someone was
really
actually
seen
pretty
you.
polite. They said, "Have a good night" or something like that after the storm. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I think I've generally worked very hard to create an environment in which we're not doing what people typically do on Discord, which is lose their minds all the time, 24/7.
Well, hey, thank you so much, Peter. I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate you going to part two. And if you want to check out
Absolutely.
more of Peter's work, including his book, Twitter, I don't link your Discord in the description, but I did link.
Yeah.
Um,
It's on my Twitter. If you go
yeah.
to my Twitter, my Discord is linked on my profile.
And if you haven't done so, please like the video. If you're watching this after, please comment. I like comments. The algorithm apparently likes comments, from my understanding. Um, and also on Sunday, I'm doing another stream. I'm interviewing, or I'm not interviewing. I'm chatting with E. Zhang, the
Hmm.
person Cabrutus uh, thought was his enemy, I guess. Um,
Mm,
so I'm going to be talking with her. I think she's a cool person, and I want to see where
neat.
that goes. So it should be fun. I'm going to go ahead and raid somebody. I'm going to go ahead and raid. Well, let's see who's still online.
Before
Uh,
you do, thanks to everybody for entertaining my BS, and thank you to you as well.
yeah, of course. I'm going to go ahead and raid Dylan Burns. He's doing the Timothy Snyder versus Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Israel-Iran situation, and the Trump trial immolation situation. That was a fiery event, huh? Oh my god,
Yeah.
dude, we were. This video is demonetized. It's already limited monetization. It already says. It's telling me right now, limited monetization. I'm gonna miss out on all 23 cents. Um,
Ah.
because probably because of my fiery jokes in the beginning. Oh, that was good though. They were both really good. I think. I'm kind of proud of that. Right on the fly too.
Mm-hmm.
And well,
Mm-hmm.
on the fly earlier before the stream, but still, nonetheless. Have a good night. Thanks for coming on. See you all
Thank
on
you.
Sunday, by the way, if you're going to watch the E. Zhang conversation.